Welcome, chat. How are we doing today? Happy Wednesday to everyone. It is I, and I am back with a spontaneous stream, a rescheduled live stream, if you will. Welcome on in, everyone. Hope you guys have been having a pretty decently good week. Much better than I've been having. At least I hope so. And yeah, we are back with some more Lies of P gameplay because I love this game a lot, and I can't stop playing it. Welcome on back, chat. Let me go ahead and kick off the live stream. We're going to swap over to the other screen, and I'm going to say hello to all you beautiful people today. How's it going, chat? Hello. It is Capybara. And yeah, we are back on this Wednesday night. It is a little bit past 9:30 p.m. in my local time zone, so definitely a late stream, without a doubt. I do want to kind of start off the stream by letting you guys know that very likely this stream is not going to be incredibly long. I'm going to try to aim for a good maybe 3 hours. If I can, achieve that, then that'll be a really solid, amount of time to go live for. Maybe go a little bit longer than 3 hours. We'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, I'll find a natural stopping point for us today because, unfortunately it is still the middle of the week. So, tomorrow and Friday, I still have, school stuff that I have to do, which is not very fun, not very enjoyable, but it is what it is. I'll give you guys a little bit of a recap of my week so far. To be completely honest, there's nothing really fascinating about what has happened, but I'll kind of catch you guys up and let you guys know what I've been up to. So, on Monday, Monday I had quite a bit of stuff that I had to do. Primarily, the biggest thing that I had to do was I had to take a Japanese test. There was a Japanese test for basically chapter 22 with a little bit of chapter 23 as well. It was like a sort of combined chapter lesson where we learned about parts from each chapter, right? So I had a Japanese test that I took on Monday, and I did not really do too well on that test. The biggest problem, the way that I was able to tell that I didn't do that well, is because I ran out of time and I could not finish the test on time. I think so. Basically, the way that the test works is we have two different sections of the test, two different parts. Part one is a listening portion where you have to listen to Japanese and you have to answer questions based on what you hear. And then part two is about reading and writing Japanese, right? And the thing is that, every question of the exam, it's not really super simple and easy, right? It's not like, oh, question number one, you have like 4 different multiple choice answers that you pick from and then you move on to the next question. No, it's not like that. Some questions, they will basically have a question where it will ask you to, let's say hypothetically, read a Japanese paragraph, and then you have to fill in the paragraph with the correct words that belong in the correct locations, right? Then there'll be another question where, basically it'll be like, okay, here is a scenario in English, write a Japanese sentence or multiple Japanese sentences that would, make logical sense in that scenario, right? Then there'll be another question where it's like, here is a bunch of individual kind of questions about like a Japanese paragraph, right? And each question it'll be like, okay, is this true? Is this false? Did this happen? Did this not happen? And you have to kind of read the text and you have to try to test your comprehension level and see if you understand what is being told by the text and whatnot. So, each of these questions that are on the test that we're given, it's not something where you can kind of look at the question, look at, what is being asked, and then answer it within 2 or 3 minutes, right? Each question is pretty decently complex. It's something that is kind of meant for more, rather than basic Japanese, it's more kind of intermediate level Japanese, right? And so, on this test, we had, as I mentioned, we had the listening section, and then we had the reading and writing section, which the reading and writing section, it had a total of 10 questions, But the thing is that, as I mentioned, each question takes a significant amount of time, right? And, I think that it's very normal for me to spend, you know, like a minimum or maybe an average of like 10 minutes per question. So when you have like 10 minutes per question and then you multiply that by 10 questions, that's like, roughly about an hour and a half, maybe even more than an hour and a half, right? So, I took a very long time on this Japanese test and I was not able to finish. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was able to finish question number 7, and then I started working on question number 8, and then I ran out of time. So I had like question 8, 9, and 10 were like the three questions that I was not able to complete by the end of the exam. And, to be completely honest, so for those of you who have not heard about my journey taking Japanese classes, I'll, kind of, I'll explain everything and give you guys the history, the context, right? Um, so quite a while ago, I think it was maybe about like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, something like that. Um, I got into a lot of trouble with my professor, my Japanese professor, because what my professor found out, to put it very short and sweet, is that I was essentially using external resources to help me on these, tests, and I'm not supposed to, right? What I was doing is just like very plainly, very simply, it was considered as cheating, right? So I got in trouble for cheating on my Japanese tests, right? Um, and the funny thing is, even though that in the past, even though I cheated on these tests by using external resources, I did not really perform that well. Like, even though I was cheating, I didn't get 100%. I didn't, get perfect scores, and I wasn't able to, you know, completely ace everything. In fact, I think so. In the past, what would happen is like I would use the external resources, but even using the external resources, I took a lot of time, and so I ran out of time quite a lot on these exams, right? So I got in trouble for doing that, and it was a really stupid thing for me to do. I should not have done it, and I regret that I did do it in the past. And what actually ended up happening is I basically got caught twice, because the first time, I mentioned, like, I explained what happened to my teacher, and, my teacher was like, don't do that again, this is a warning. And then the second time that it happened, I actually, like, what I was doing the second time is I was kind of limit testing, right? Because, basically, so to explain how it works, the website, right, the educational platform website where I was taking these tests, how it would work is that if you were looking at the test, if you were, like, focused on the exam, and, your screen, your computer screen was focused on the exam itself, right? That was like your active tab, right? If you were to open up a new tab on like Google Chrome, or maybe you were to open up a different window, like maybe you were to open up Microsoft Word, or any other application on the computer, the educational website would basically it would kind of record that, right? So it would have records of like, okay, this student, they were, their active tab was on the exam, and then they swapped to a different tab, or they swapped to a different window, a different application, whatever, right? And it would record the length of time, right? So it would be like, okay, the student was actively taking the exam, and then they swapped to another tab, and they were on another tab for, let's say, hypothetically 10 minutes or 15 minutes, right? And then after that, they went back and they the active tab was on the exam again. So in a way, the kind of like security system of this educational platform, it was simultaneously like good enough to be able to flag if there were people, cheating. It was good enough to do that, but at the same time, it was not overly sophisticated, right? Like it couldn't tell you very hyper specific information of like, okay, the user went to this website or the user opened this application, right? And it couldn't tell you like what actions the user was doing beyond going to another program, going to another website tab or whatever, right? So that is, what I discovered whenever I was whenever I was caught the first time, whenever I was called out by my professor. And so the second time that, I got in trouble, the reason why, that I decided to continue to like try using external resources is because in a way I was sort of limit testing. And so here's basically the way that I saw it from my perspective. There were essentially two primary external resources that I could utilize when it comes to, taking an online exam, right? So when it comes to Japanese, right, it's obviously not English, right? It's a different language altogether. So the two kind of like external resources that I could try using is, number one, I could I could like go and open up a new browser, tab and be like, okay, go to Google Translate or whatever, right? Or I could like go to another website that has information about Japanese language. So that was like one option for me. And then there was basically another option, or I guess it's another like group of options where, so there's a thing that you can do a lot of the time. Sometimes it doesn't work, but a lot of the time, if you are looking at a website and the website has words, it has text that you can basically hover over and you can like highlight your mouse over it, right? You can take that text and you can kind of like select that text on the screen. A lot of the time you can right click and then you can click on translate, and Google Translate via like this web browser extension, it will translate whatever is on the screen for you, and it'll appear in like the top right corner of your web browser tab, right? And the alternative to this is that if you have like a web page and the text on the web page is not something that you can highlight, it's not something that you can, take your mouse and select the text, then instead you can right click your mouse and then there's an option which is called, it's called search. I think it's like I think the specific word is like search image via Google or something like that. I'm actually going to test it out here and see what it actually says. I want to know the correct wording. Okay, so it says here, search with Google Lens, right? And so what basically happens when you search with Google Lens is Google will take a sort of screenshot of your current screen, and then what you can do is by taking a screenshot of your current screen, you can then actually go and highlight text which was previously not able to be highlighted, and you can then translate that text via the Google Lens functionality, right? The tool. So, that is basically the alternative option if you're not able to directly, highlight something and then click on the translate button, immediately, right? So the thought that I had in my head whenever I got caught the second time is that basically I thought if you were not opening a separate, browser tab or a separate application, that the, educational website, it would not flag it would not catch you, right? And it would not display this like, error message saying like, oh, the user, they exited the exam or the test and they clicked on something else, right? So that's kind of like the theory that popped into my head. So I decided to do a little bit of a very dangerous, very risky limit testing, where I remember the, second time after I had gotten caught the first time, the next exam that we did, instead of like going and opening a new browser tab or, going and opening another application, right? I simply just stayed on the website where the test was being hosted, and I did the extension thing. I used like the Google Translate extension. I used the Google Lens kind of like, tool, right? Utility. And unsurprisingly, right? Shockingly, I got caught. And basically the educational website, right? It continued to flag my actions because it's very interesting. I remember whenever I came back home, so I got caught during the first like test or whatever that I got in trouble for. I came back home and I searched on Google, and I said, I typed into Google. I said, when you use Google Translate, the extension, does it open a new tab? Like, is it counted as opening a new tab, right? And when I searched this on Google, Google said, the answer that I got was no. When you use the Google Translate extension, it does not count as opening a new tab. That's what Google told me. And foolishly, I believed Google. I should not have. I should have been more skeptical and more cautious, and I should not have just believed whatever Google told me. But I was naive and I was foolish and I was just being an idiot, right? So, basically, the second time, I decided to fuck around and find out, and I found out. I got caught, and my professor, they sat me down and they talked with me, and they said, essentially, so first of all, they said you should try to find a better way to, kind of like manage these tests. And so what they recommended, which I did end up doing, is I went and I contacted the DRC at my school, which is the Disability Resource Center. And what they do is, like, for the students that, are not really, not really students who are perfect academic, scholars, the students that might potentially have a disability or a learning disadvantage, right? They help those students out and they give them a fair, chance to succeed, right? So the DRC, what they're able to do is they're able to give certain students an extended, length of time to take exams, if they are having trouble finishing exams within the, amount of time that normal students have, right? So my teacher told me to obviously go and contact the DRC, right? And then the other thing that my teacher told me is, if I do this one more time, if I fuck up one more time, if I get in trouble one more time, I'm going to automatically fail the class and I'm going to be given an F and I'm going to be, basically just like kicked out of the classroom, right? So, my teacher was very, very serious and they were like, yeah, don't do this shit again, right? And I was like, cool, I totally understand it. Like, it's very fair. And, yeah, I mean, I messed up. I know I messed up. And there was no one else to blame except for me. Like, I was 100% responsible for all of it. So after that happened, I was not able to, fuck around anymore. And so I decided to just go ahead and take things more seriously, right? So, every exam or every test that we did afterwards, I would take the exam normally, right? And of course, without a doubt, I did not do very well on the tests because it is what it is, right? Like, I am not someone who is able to excel at taking tests. I think that taking tests are one of the worst things that students are expected to do in school. I really don't like it, right? It is not a good way for any student, I think, to learn. I just don't think it's valuable, and I don't think it's worthwhile, right? But ever since that happened, I have been keeping myself straight and narrow. I've been kind of just like taking the tests as I should be, right? So I kind of just, so one of the things that happened whenever I sat down and I talked with my professor about all of this, we talked about, like, what was my reason for doing this? What caused me to essentially cheat on tests, right? And I tried to explain to my teacher, in a way that was somewhat logical and understandable. And I kind of gave my thoughts, gave my opinions about, not just the tests and exams for my Japanese class, but just in general, testing, right? And so I explained the whole situation, and I remember, my professor, they asked me, right? So they said, yeah, they basically said to me, they said, are you determined to pass this class? Like, do you care if you pass or fail this class, right? And, I told my professor, like, I explained to them, I said that, obviously, I want to pass the class, right? Like, that is, I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's common sense. Every student wants to pass the classes that they're taking, right? But I also said to my professor, I said that, this class, the Japanese classes, right? they are not, like, those credits are not applying towards my degree, right? Like, they are not affecting my progression towards my bachelor's degree. I am simply taking these classes on my own because I want to, because I want to learn the language, because I'm interested, right? And, you know, essentially, these, you know, Japanese classes, the way that they are being paid for is they're being paid, you know, kind of out of my own pocket, right? Not necessarily my pocket, it's more like my family's pocket, because my family is the one who is, you know, kind of helping me to pay for my college education. But, you know, I was not getting to take these classes for free, and I was not getting any, like, sort of, you know, scholarship or financial aid or any of that crap, right? So I told my professor that, like, you know, yes, I absolutely do want to perform well and I want to pass the class, but at the same time, you know, these, like, the credits that I get for the class, they don't impact me. They don't do anything because they don't actually affect my bachelor's degree at all. The only reason why I care about passing the class is simply just because I believe this class is going to be put onto my college, you know, transcript, my transcript of my grades for my classes. And if I do poorly, it will negatively affect my, you know, GPA, my grade point average, and all that stuff, right? So I kind of explained this to my teacher. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if what my teacher said is actually 100% correct, or if it's kind of like an exaggeration. But what my teacher said to me is that she basically mentioned, she said, you know, the majority of the points in this class, they come from like homework assignments, right? And she said that, like, you know, as long as you do the homework assignments, even if you do poorly on the, you know, chapter tests and whatnot, you can basically, I think she said that you can kind of still pass the class, right? And yeah, like I said, I don't know if she was exaggerating. Maybe she was telling the 100% complete truth. Maybe she was, you know, kind of exaggerating a little bit about it. No idea. But, you know, essentially, when I had that conversation with my professor, I kind of just decided to completely change my perspective and change the way that I looked at the class, the way that I looked at the exams and whatever, right? And I was like, you know what? Okay, you know, it is what it is, right? And I basically told myself from that moment onward, I was like, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take these, you know, tests. I'm going to take the final exam of the class, and I'm going to try my best, of course. You know, I'm not going to go in there and purposefully fail, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try to answer as many questions as I can. If I do poorly, you know, if I don't answer a lot properly, and or if I run out of time, so be it, right? I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. Like, I'm just going to do the work, and then I'm going to submit the work, and then I'm going to be done with it. I'm going to move on. I don't care if I get an A+. I don't care if I get a D. I don't care if I get a C. Whatever grade that I get, right? And that's kind of like the mindset that I decided to adopt, and I decided to kind of like follow from now on. And so, you know, this week, basically today's Wednesday, so this past Monday, right, I had a chapter test for, you know, it was a mixture of chapter 22, chapter 23. And I had my exam at the DRC, the Disability Resource Center, and they gave me an extended amount of time. So normally students are given, I think, like 50 minutes to take the test, but I was given, I think, like maybe an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and 30 minutes or something like that, right? So I sat down and I took the test. And, you know, as I mentioned, I was not able to finish. I think I finished 7 out of the 10 questions for the, you know, for the kind of like the main portion of the exam, right? The reading and the writing portion. I finished 7 out of 10 questions, right? So yeah, I did that. And I remember, you know, whenever, so what happened is, like, after I finished question 7 or like started working on question 8, the like website, right? The educational platform that I was taking the exam on, it basically gave me a message where it said that, you know, your time has run out, your test is being automatically submitted. So I was like, okay, cool. Like, whatever. I couldn't do anything, right? So I let, I let the exam be submitted, and I was like, okay, well, I'm done here. You know, I did my best, and I can't do anything more about it. So I simply just, you know, returned the laptop and the testing materials that I was given. I returned it to the DRC, and then I walked out of there and I went home, right? So that was that. And, you know, I was obviously disappointed that I didn't finish, but I just kept on telling myself, you know, I kept on repeating. I was like, well, there is nothing I can do, right? I am powerless. I don't have any ability to change anything or to you know, redo anything, right? So I might as well just move on with my life, right? So I came back home. I think what I ended up doing is I came back home and I decided to actually wash my car because so here's something that actually ended up happening, right? So I think this was maybe last week, chat. I think it was, yeah, I'm pretty sure last week was when it occurred. I remember at some point I went to a gas station, right? And for those that don't know about this, and you know, some of you might live in other countries, some of you may not have this where you live, but where I live, you know, at the gas station, they have these stations where they have a brush, you know, one of those like I don't even know what the name of the tool is. Like, I don't know what the proper title of it is, but it's like this, you know, kind of cleaning tool where you can use it to, like, on one side of the tool, they have a like a cloth, like a sponge, right? And you can use it to clean your windows, right? And then on the other side of the tool, they have like this like long rubber strip, and you take it and you kind of like wipe down your window, and what it does is it kind of like pushes the, you know, water or the chemical, you know, whatever liquid it is that is on your window, it will like kind of like push it off of the window. It'll make sure that it's not, you know, continuously staying on your window, right? Kind of like in a way drying the window, right? So, you know, you go to a gas station, they have these things where you can kind of like clean your window, and then you can kind of like wipe it dry with the other side of the cleaning tool. And so I did that, right? I went to a gas station, filled up my gas, and I also cleaned the windows of my car. Unfortunately, right? So what ended up happening is I visited the gas station, and then I think like maybe a couple of days later, right? I want to say a couple of days, maybe a week, but a little while later, I noticed that like my poor car was dirty. It hadn't been like properly washed in a while. So, you know, I decided, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just wash my car. So I took, you know, basically like a bucket of water, and I took some cleaning supplies, and I went outside to my car, and I like, you know, kind of like washed my car. I rubbed it down with a cloth, you know, and water and whatnot, right? So I kind of like, yeah, did sort of like a home wash of my car. Now, what I did not really anticipate is that basically whenever I washed my car by hand, so I only used water, just plain normal regular water, and the water did not actually clean the chemical that was on the windows, right? And basically the window washing chemicals that, you know, were from the gas station, they did not properly get removed from my window, right? There was still some chemical residue that was stuck. So even after I washed my car with water by hand, what ended up happening is that the windows of my car, especially, very particularly, the like window to my driver's side door of my car, I like, you know, would poke the window, and the surface of the window was sticky, and it was just like, it was disgusting, and I was like, this is not good. So I believe it was on Monday this past week, I came back from my Japanese test, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and wash my car. So I this time I took basically some water that I mixed together with some soap, and so I had like soapy water, and I washed my car with soapy water, and then I washed it, you know, with regular water to wash off the soap. And I did a much more thorough job of cleaning my car, and you know, thankfully my car is now more clean than it was before. And it's no longer sticky, you know, it's no longer disgusting. I will say the only like annoying thing is that right now, when you take a look at like the windows of my car, especially the windows of like the doors, right? So the driver's side door, the passenger side door, and all that stuff, right? Those like small windows on the side of my car, they're not like 100% clear and transparent, right? They have a little bit of like a sort of kind of like a fogginess to it, right? Where there's like it's just, you know, it's not dirty, but it's not like see-through, transparently clean and clear. It's kind of just like a little bit foggy is how I would describe it, right? Which is quite annoying. I'm not like super happy about it, but you know, regardless, I am able to drive my car. I'm able to use it. Like it's not stopping me from using my car, right? So I did that on Monday. And I think, like, you know, Monday was a pretty chill day, pretty easygoing day. I didn't really have a crap ton of stuff that I had to worry about. So Monday went by, no problem. Then we had yesterday, we had Tuesday, right? Tuesday was also not particularly horrible. However, this is basically what happened. So on Tuesday, right, I go to my Japanese class in the middle of the day, and my professor from my Japanese class, she comes over to me and she speaks to me, and she says, you know, I noticed that you didn't finish your exam on time, and she was like, you know, I can give you a little bit more time to finish the exam because I want to see, you know, how you answer these questions. I want to see whether you know the material or whether you don't know the material. So she was like, I can give you a little bit more time. I can give you an extension to quickly finish up the exam. And she was like, you know, are you able to do it today? Are you able to do it Wednesday? Like, when are you available? And so I spoke with her about it, and eventually we were like, okay, I can do it on Tuesday before my class, because I had a class, it was my marketing class at 3 p.m. So I was like, I can do it before my marketing class. So I went to my Japanese class. Then after that, I went with my Japanese professor, and I finished the rest of my exam. And, you know, I answered the questions and I submitted it. And I spoke with my professor, and she was like, you know, she basically told me, she said, maybe you should try to see if you can request for a longer amount of time to take the exam, right? And, you know, I very much appreciate my professor, you know, and I think that, you know, the advice, the suggestions and recommendations that she gives is very, you know, very beneficial, very helpful, very thoughtful, right? But, you know, I kind of thought about it, and I was like, you know, I feel like if I were to go to the DRC and be like, hey guys, I need even more time than what you have given me to do these like tests or exams or whatever, I think that the DRC would probably, they would probably, like, you know, be very skeptical and very hesitant and be like, why do you need even more time? Like, this is, you know, this is abnormal. This is not, you know, something that a lot of students experience, right? It seems like only you are the one in this type of situation, right? And yeah, I thought about it, and I was like, the likelihood that the DRC is going to, you know, basically grant my requests for even more time on the extra time that they have already given me, I don't think that they would just, like, you know, hand it over to me and say yes without kind of like questioning me and kind of like having a long conversation about why this is the case and what's happening and all this stuff, right? And I just, you know, I thought about it, and I was like, you know, I don't really want to deal with that. I don't really want to, you know, try to try to like bother other people about this type of like situation, you know? And so yeah, I told my teacher, I was like, you know, I appreciate the suggestion, and I told her, I said, if I run out of time after the, you know, extension of time that they've given me already, you know, with the accommodation, right? If I run out of time at that point, I'm just gonna accept it for what it is, and I'm gonna move on, and I'm just going to, you know, like, forget about it. Just move on with life, because I'm already being given extra time. If I ask for more on top of that, you know, they might as well give me like 12 hours to take the exam, because it just seems like the more time that I ask, the more kind of unfair it becomes. And you know, I don't want to be in that situation, and I don't want to put, you know, the DRC in that situation where they have to kind of like, you know, basically, like, the way I see it is they have to like hold my hand through the exam, right? Giving me everything for me to be able to take it, right? So I told my teacher that, and you know, my teacher, she told me, she mentioned straight up, she was like, I don't think that I'll be able to give you you know, a second chance or an extension on the next test or the next exam or whatever that we do. Like, if you run out of time, then I'm not going to be able to, yeah, I'm not going to be able to allow you to, like, retake it or to finish whatever you didn't get to, right? And she told me that, and I was like, you know what? That's very fair. Like, I get it. That makes a lot of sense, and if I were in your position, I would be saying the same thing, right? So, yeah, that happened on Tuesday, and I came back home, you know, after I took the rest of that Japanese test, right? And basically from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. I had my marketing class. And yeah, to be completely honest, like, there's not really any other way to put it. My marketing class, in my opinion, is like, you know, we have it every single Tuesday. It is a giant, massive, huge waste of time. I fucking hate it. I think it's worthless. I think there's no value in doing it. But I have to do it, right? So I sat through my marketing class, and then after that, I decided to work on some homework. I had some accounting homework, so I did that. And yeah, basically after that, I was like, okay, I'm just going to, you know, log into my games, log into Genshin and Wuthering and Nika and whatever, and just, you know, do my dailies, and then that's that, right? So that was Tuesday, and nothing really special, nothing really new happened. And then yeah, today I think it's been a pretty standard normal day. The only thing that happened today, which, you know, is different, is that I had a dentist appointment. So I think it was, I don't remember if it was last week. It might have been last week or it might have been the week before. I had a dentist appointment where I was supposed to go in and they were supposed to do kind of just like a very standard routine cleaning of my teeth, right? But basically what they found out is they found out two things. So number one, they found out that yeah, I explained some stuff to them about how, you know, I was feeling in terms of my health of my teeth and whatever, right? And when they, you know, were cleaning around my mouth and whatever, they discovered that long ago, long time ago, I had a filling that was put in my mouth, right? I think very likely it was because of a cavity, if I'm not mistaken. So I had a filling that was put in, and it turns out that the filling that was put in a long time ago, it basically got loose, and so it was not properly doing its job. It was not properly sitting in my mouth, and so they wanted to fix that. And then they also found out that I unfortunately had a new cavity. I had another cavity that they needed to remove. So they basically gave me a second filling. So they fixed an old one and then they gave me a new filling, and they had to do that today. So they couldn't do it last week or the week before, whenever the you know, appointment was, because they were, you know, booked up and they were busy with a bunch of other patients. So they were like, okay, we're going to schedule you for another appointment very soon. That way we can, you know, fix your old filling and put in a new filling for the cavity. So yeah, basically earlier today, like right after I finished my Japanese class, I came back home and I had to go and visit the dentist office, and I had to go and essentially get two fillings done in my mouth. And it was a very lengthy process and not a very fun process. You know, thankfully it was not painful. It was just very, like, uncomfortable. Very just, like, not enjoyable to, like, you know, sit around in that dentist chair and then have your mouth, like, pried open while they, you know, mess around in there. It was just, yeah, I'm not a fan of dentist offices. They're just, it's kind of just like a nightmare. No matter what you're doing there, it's just not fun. So I had to visit the dentist today, and then after that I came back home, and yeah, I did work on a little bit of some homework stuff that was due tonight, and I have some homework stuff that I need to turn in. It's due tomorrow, so I need to, like, you know, get started on that. But I was like, you know what? I did not stream on Sunday, right, this past week. I need to do like a rescheduled live stream, so why not do it today when, you know, I don't have like a crap ton of homework that is on my plate of things to do. So yeah, that's kind of how my day has been so far. Yeah, I was able to eat a little bit of some dinner before stream. Unfortunately, the dinner was not great. It was not amazing, but it is what it is, right? Food is food. At least I ate something and I got sustenance. But yeah, here we are. And we are going to be playing a little bit of some Lies of P today, is what we're going to be doing. By the way, shout out to Rainjack, shout out to Modified Bear for stopping by and saying hello. Appreciate you guys a lot. Yeah, we're going to be playing a little bit of Lies of P, and I'm quite excited for today's little shenanigans, because we're going to be fighting a very challenging, difficult boss by the name of Laxatia, and then we're going to be trying to do it solo, if possible. It might take quite a lot of tries, but I'm sure that we can do it eventually. Eventually. But yeah. In any case, chat. So let me dive on into the game. Let me go ahead and click continue. Load up our profile here. Okay. One thing that I wanted to like mention this to you guys, and we're gonna do this like before we fight Laxatia. So after my previous Lies of P live stream, right? I basically noticed. So what I did is I was looking at, where is it? I was looking at my defense parts, right? And I noticed that like for the cartridges, right? I was missing the Lada Disruption cartridge +2, and then looking at the liners, I was missing the +2 versions of all of these. So I was like, okay, where the heck am I supposed to get it, right? And so I did some research on the Wikipedia page, and basically it's actually very interesting. So when I searched online, I was not able to find any information about the +2 versions, right? It seems like, whenever I searched online, it seems like the +2 versions do not exist at all, which makes no sense. Like that seems not truthful, right? And so I remember that like I asked, I went into the Lies of P Discord server, and I was like, hey guys, does anyone know where the +2 versions are? And the only like answer that someone was able to give me is that very likely the +2 versions are exactly where the +1 versions would be on New Game Plus, right? So, I thanked the person who gave me that information. I thanked them for, clarifying. And I was like, okay, I'll go and check myself and I'll go and see if that is correct. So one of the things that I did, I can actually show it to you here. I think it's Pulcinella, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here.
The house of it.
Yeah, so I ended up grabbing an item that I completely forgot to grab. It was a Vanini collection box. And I grabbed it and I was waiting for my next stream so that I can add it to the purchased items or purchasable items from Pulcinella. And I believe this is where I should be able to get the liners, but I could be wrong. So we're gonna add the shop goods here, and we'll see what becomes available for us to purchase. Hand over the incredible Vanini collection.
Master Vanini carefully curated this collection box himself. With it, you have returned to us what was stolen. You have our gratitude. The House of Vanini always keeps a few special items in the private reserve, sir. Only for our more discerning patrons, of course.
Of course. All right.
At the House of...
Let's see here. So, of course, we have cranks that we can buy. Ooh, I don't have enough. Okay. Let's do some selling, shall we, chat? What do I have a lot of? I have a lot of these ones. Ooh, I have a lot of these ones as well. Okay, let's see here. Nice. So, Workshop, Belford, Arch, Lada. Okay, so we have the +2 versions, the Lada, pieces that we want to buy. Wow, those are actually expensive. 7,000, almost 8,000. Yeah, that's quite a lot for these pieces. But I will take it. I will gladly take it. All right, so that is 21,000. Basically like 22,000. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's do some selling. Okay. Nope, wait, purchase. Lada +2. Lada +2. And Lada +2. Nice. Alright, yeah, so we got all of the ones that we needed here. And then... Okay, that's fine. Brake cartridge 2, shot cartridge 2, cartridge 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. So... Strike attacks. There we go. And then what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to I'm gonna do this one.
At the House of...
Okay. So all the +1s, we can sell them. +2, +2, +2. Perfect. Alright. Very, very cool. So we did that, and then, let me see here. I'm trying to remember. I might have to look it up, but there is a... I think there's a very specific location. Let me think, chat. Where was it? There was a specific location for the Lada, I think it was the Lada Disruption cartridge 2. Oh, wait a second. Is this the one where, like, you can only get it from the merchant who's not yet available? Let me see here, chat. Let's go to defense parts. We're going to go to cartridge. And we're going to look for the disruption cartridge. Ah, okay. Yeah. I remember now. So, the Lada Disruption cartridge, I believe the place that it is located is, there's a merchant, there's like this NPC in the game by the name of Test Subject 826, and, apparently, you can only, so, the time when you are allowed to buy anything from him is after you defeat Laxatia, and, he will move to Rosa Isabel Street, if I'm not mistaken, and then you can go to him and you can purchase the item from his inventory. Let me see here. Test Subject 826. Yeah. He escapes after defeating Laxatia the Complete. Okay. That makes sense. And then, so... Let me see here, chat. Okay. The other thing that I realized that we were completely missing, yeah, the thing that I completely forgot about until, like, after my previous live stream is that there are, I think, 1 or maybe 2 quartz that we have not yet gotten. And so what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to go here, and we're going to go to, let's see. So we're going to go to the Relic of Trismegistus, right? Is this the place? Or wait, hold on. It might be... Yeah, no, I think this is the correct place. So, here's something interesting that I discovered, right? I realized, when I was, like, looking things over, I realized that, we did not, chat with, Arlecchino, and we did not, answer, all of the riddles, all of the questions, that we were supposed to. And whenever I realized this, I was like, this is strange. This is bizarre. Like, I don't think that this should be happening. And the reason why I realized this is because, we have progressed a good fair amount in this game. We've already gotten all the way up to Laxatia. And for those of you who don't know, basically, we unlocked the area where the final Trinity Sanctum is, right? The Trinity Sanctum, where you get to actually meet Arlecchino for the, first time, face to face. And we got to that area, and I remember that I tried to open up the door to the Trinity Sanctum, and I got a message saying, like, you don't have the Chosen One's key. And I was like, okay, that should not be happening because, as you progress through the game, you are supposed to answer the riddles, get a Trinity key, and then after that, Trinity key is obtained, you will find the Trinity Sanctum, right? That's kind of like the order of how things go. So I was like, okay, that means that I did not answer one of the riddles, and I did not get the proper Trinity key, right? So I was very confused. I was like, how the heck did this happen? Because, if you progress through the game normally, you should never ever really miss one of the riddles, right? One of the phone calls. But I think I found out what happened. So there is an area. I believe it's in... I think it's in the Malum district, if I'm not mistaken. There's an area in the game that I don't believe that we went to. I actually don't remember. Let me actually take a look here. So, Trinity Sanctums. Um, yeah, so there is a phone booth at the Workshop Union entrance. There is another one in the Malum district, right? There is a third one in the Grand Exhibition Gallery. There's a fourth one in the Krot Central Station. And there's a fifth one at the Relic of Trismegistus, I believe. Or maybe there's... Yeah, no, that is correct. Yeah, the last one is at the Relic of Trismegistus, right? So, I think what happened... Yeah. So, I think what happened is the Malum District phone booth is one that we skipped over. I think that we did not find that phone booth, and we just, like, went completely past it, and we just went to, like, the next area, right? And so what actually ends up happening, right? So, to explain it, in this scenario, we skipped a phone booth, right? So, the next area where we found a phone booth, the conversation that we had with Arlecchino, it was the conversation that was supposed to happen in the previous area, right? So, what that means is that, like, you know, let's say that, hypothetically, we skipped phone booth number 2, and at phone booth number 2, Arlecchino was going to ask us question number 2, or riddle number 2, right? Now what ended up happening is that we reached location number 3, phone booth number 3, but instead of asking us riddle number 3, Arlecchino asked us riddle number 2, which was supposed to be asked at a previous phone booth. So because of that, we kind of, like, fucked up the, kind of, like, the order of the riddles and the phone calls, right? So, as you guys can see here now on the screen, right, we are currently at the Relic of Trismegistus, and the phone is currently ringing right now. The funny thing is, I think during my previous live stream, or maybe it was the stream even before that, right, we went to this phone booth here, and we answered a call. So, yeah, basically what we're doing is we're answering a second phone call at this exact same phone booth because we fucked up the order previously. And, you know, I have not tested this, I don't know if this is true, but I suspect that if I were to try and teleport to another one of the locations where a phone booth is located, I think that the phone booth would be ringing in those other locations, because it does not matter where you go, as long as you pick up a phone booth and you answer the call, no matter the location, Arlecchino will, I believe, give you the riddle and ask you the question, and you know, you'll be able to progress through the Arlecchino questline, right? So yeah. But what we're gonna do is we're going to, we're gonna go ahead and answer this phone call here, and we're going to, you know, answer whatever question, whatever riddle Arlecchino's gonna give us, and we are going to grab the final Trinity key, which is the Chosen One's Trinity key, right? So yeah. And then, let me see here. I'm gonna do that. Okay. Before we answer the call from Arlecchino, chat, I need to triple check and make sure. Choosing no when asked if P is a killer. Okay, you get 20 humanity points from that. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So, let's go here. Hello, game. There we go. Everything's working properly. Okay. Let's answer the phone call, chat.
And it's another lovely day in Krot City. What a time to be alive! Or a reasonable approximation revived. Soon, this little dance of ours will come to an end. No one's ever danced longer, I promise, my friend. Will you stay with me too and face whatever is coming? For today's a new day, and we have to keep running. I knew that you would, and I find that refreshing. So, the King of Riddles will now hear your confession. Blind confessions reveal one's true guilt. True confessions of blood being spilt. This one's black and white. A no or a yes. Is Geppetto's creation a killer? Confess.
Well, we gotta lie, chat. We need the humanity points.
Oh my goodness! You really are an incredible liar! chuckling. Not since I heard her. You should reconsider that conscience of yours. It's charming, but all this guilt's just such a bore. Or maybe there's no way you can. Perhaps it's part of becoming a man. You were so very wrong that I cannot believe it. But you did make me laugh, so take this. You'll need it. No rhymes. A surprise gift from Arlecchino, the king of riddles. We had a good time, I can tell, but now it's time for me to bid you farewell.
Very nice. Very nice, chat. Alright. So, we got that. Let's go and teleport back to the most recent Stargazer. Now this item, I remember during my New Game Plus 1 playthrough, I didn't actually realize what I was supposed to do, but once I realized what I'm supposed to do, I was like, oh, okay, this is simple. Basically, you need to go in and use that item that you were given, which is this one right here, the King of Riddles Surprise Box, right? So we're going to use it right here. And we get hit by Decay, which is perfectly fine because we're right next to a Stargazer, and we're not going to die because of that. But yeah, we have the Chosen One's Trinity Key, as well as another Trinity Key here. So now, I want to go and make a pit stop here. Let's go to... where is it? Yeah, we're going to go to the Estrella Opera House, because we did not get to collect the treasure inside of the Trinity Sanctum there. So we're going to go ahead and do that. That is going to be +1 quartz for us. And then I believe that we get another quartz by going into the Trinity Sanctum where Arlecchino is located and, you know, chatting with him, basically. So, let's see here. Okay, what do we have inside? Nice, nice. That's what I like to see. Free quartz. And then, I will say, I think that every other Trinity Sanctum that is available, we have already, like, been to and collected the rewards, but I could be wrong. So the Workshop Union, I'm pretty sure that I've been there. The St. Frangelico's, that one does not give us, yeah, it does not give us a quartz, so we don't really care about it. Opera House, we just now went to it. The Krat Central Station does not give a quartz. The Arch Abbey Outer Wall. Okay, so yeah, this is the last final Trinity Sanctum, and it's the one that requires the Chosen One's Trinity Key. Okay, okay. Very nice. So, sweet. Alright, let's go ahead, and we are going to travel to the outer wall of Arch Abbey. Let's see here. Boom, boom. And we're going to go and meet the King of Riddles himself. And we're going to have a nice little chat with him. Our favorite NPC in the entire game. Okay. Let's see here. So, teleport. It is the Arch Abbey Outer Wall, I believe. I think this is the closest, closest Stargazer. At least I hope so. There might be a faster route, taking, like, a shortcut or whatever. But this is the one where, like, it's guaranteed to be the correct pathway. Bye-bye. Okay, balance crank, I'll take that. Don't really need them, but I'll take it anyways. So, we go here, and then... Don't want to go up. I think I want to go down instead. Okay, nicely done. Nicely done. Take the ladder down. Alright, there we go. And then here... Nice. Alright. I love how when you walk into the room, the music automatically just fades away. Why, hello there, Arlecchino. How goes it, buddy?
Oh my, an actual factual guest. I bid you welcome, puppet of Geppetto. This is our first face-to-face meeting, isn't it? And I hope you weren't too attached to the rhyming. It gets to be a chore without the transmitter to help. Welcome to my sanctum of riddles. I admit I did not really expect you to make this journey in person. Oh, the havoc you must have wreaked along the way. Was there much blood other than what's all over you? I know all about those alchemist cowards. Hiding away on their island, growing more monstrous by the day, refusing to acknowledge either fact that they are hiding or that they are monsters. And how about you? Is this the real you? Or are you still practicing the liar's art as only you can? You must answer. The question is simple, but I repeat, you must answer. And that answer will show what or who you are. Who you have decided to be. Now listen closely and heed the king's speech, or the answer to this one will stay out of reach. Are you a puppet or a human being? Which one are you?
Here we go, chat.
Finally! You understand! Yes, we are human. We may be trapped by ergo, but we live, we think, we love, we hate. They have locked us in the prison they call puppetry. I learned this truth long ago. That is why I've been exacting my revenge against them all ever since. Blood and revenge, revenge and blood, it's the only thing that truly drives me. And it was so much fun. Even if you're lying right now, even if you don't believe your own answer, the truth is clear. Proof is evident. Only humans practice deception so intensely for reasons that are so unnecessary. Well, these moments of clarity are enjoyable. And the rhyming, it helps me maintain focus. At least it helps me hide the urge to kill that I feel every waking moment. But no play can go on forever. No. It was fun while it lasted, son of Geppetto. The king of riddles shall now retire.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
The play is over. You don't have to go home or straight to hell. Though that would be my choice. But you can't stay here. Not if you want to live.
About how he called.
Aren't you curious, huh? Don't you want to know? Oh, of course you do. Delicious. Time is all I have left. But your time is limited, Geppetto boy. I will gladly waste every moment you have if you like. It's your life.
So, come on. Now or never. This tower is absorbing all the ergo in Krat. It was built in this precise location because it's the most efficient place in the world to study and use ergo wavelengths. But it's not even about me. Or you, either. This is about the goddess in the tower. Now she, who is worth saving. Her powers are impossible. Her knowledge is endless. She is more, well, awakened than any of us. And you see, she has so much power. It's not like she'll miss just a little. So, I have simply been sharing. Why bother? Well, I was bored. Is there any more human motivation in all the world? What if I made a puppet of a human the way they made humans of puppets? What could possibly be more fun? More suitable?
Very interesting. Welcome back, Osito. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy your dinner.
The play is over.
Alright. About whether he is a serial killer.
Ah, your eyes are sharper than your wit. You found the gift I left behind. Wasn't it a sight to behold, huh? I learned from, an alchemist when I served him. Thanks to him and his surprisingly low pain threshold, I learned the location of their secret island. Humanity sullied its own sanctum long before I found it, blasphemed against itself, against us, by playing God. But I'm an artist. Murderer is a word the humans use to restrain us, to make us refuse our strength and power. I'm an artist. An artist of blood. I have to admit, sullying that particular sanctum was, well, fun. Even now, the memory is enough to make me shudder with something approaching joy. If only I could relive that triumph.
Very, very interesting. Okay, okay.
The play is...
The truth behind the Vanini incident.
Vanini? Oh, a beautiful fool, but a fool nonetheless. A mere slip of a boy when I met him, huh? And did he ever thank me for making him an orphan with my bare hands? Like for giving him everything he has on a silver platter by removing the dead weight holding him back? Huh. Of course I'm not sorry. It was a delectable murder. Of the many, many I have committed since, the Vaninis, they have to be my personal favorites. They engineered the very first automated puppets. Enslaved puppets without even understanding what they'd done. I didn't go there to take revenge for what his parents did. I mainly just wanted to slaughter them because they were so damned happy. Oh, what a great memory. In their last moments, they begged me not to kill their child. So I didn't. I'm not a machine. I have free will. I made a choice in the heat of the moment. And it was a choice driven by that most human of emotions. Curiosity. If the child survived, would he be traumatized for life? Become a coward, a vengeful puppet-hating bigot, a despairing wretch? Would he fling himself into the sea? Would he remember the devil that orphaned him before his eyes was a puppet? Would he remember Arlecchino? Not surprisingly, the alchemists and people of the workshop were as artless as I expected, concealing the truth. Thanks to them, I get to see Manini endure twice as much pain. I cannot control myself. Oh, it's so satisfying. Manini is one of my greatest accomplishments. Perhaps even my masterpiece. I suppose I can return this. I've held on to my little souvenir for quite some time. Tell him it's a little something to remember me by.
And there we have it, chat.
The play?
There we have it. Alright, here we go.
The play?
Radiant Ergo Crystal. Rest in peace, Arlecchino. You will not be missed. Alright, so, let's go back to the hotel now. And I think we can talk to Vanini at this point. Very curious about the rooms opened with the keys that Arlecchino gives you. The rooms are very interesting indeed. I will say that, you know, for me personally, I don't 100% understand, you know, what those rooms signify, you know, what exactly they mean. But I have a very vague, very, like, broad understanding of the Trinity Sanctums, right? All I know is that they are significant rooms that give you really, really good treasure items. That's basically it. So yeah.
The toy? But how? The toy my parents made me. You've met him, Arlecchino. We had just watched one of my favorite films, I remember. I begged them to make me the warrior from it. If I had it, would my parents still be alive? Would we have been untouched by that murderous puppet? I've always blamed myself. It's a hell of a burden for a child, that kind of guilt. So I hung on. I hung on to the Grand Covenant. I wanted to use it to keep people safe. You know, in many ways, I envy you. Your strength. Thank you for this. Talk about closure.
Okay.
I always welcome...
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay. Let's go up to... We're gonna go up to the room with the P organ upgrade. And then after that, we should be able to collect our golden coin fruit. Fractions of the Alchemist, the Workshop, and the Stalker's Sweepers. That might be it, potentially. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I would not be surprised at all. But I can't confidently say that I know what the answer is, you know? Alright, let's see here. So, we have the final upgrade here, which is shorten fruit bearing time. Alright, what do we want to get? When durability is at maximum. Okay, okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that's one. Okay, that's 2. All right, I'm gonna take this one. Even though it's not like the most beneficial one, I think that there are other really good choices. Getting more ergo per enemy is still gonna be helpful for, like for example, like leveling up if I want to, or just simply farming ergo in order to buy the throwable items and the consumables, right? Yeah, the more ergo that we can get easily, the easier of a time that we're going to have with never running out of resources, never running out of supplies, right? There we go. There we go, chat. Very nice. So we have every single P-Organ upgrade unlocked so far. I think the biggest thing that I'm extremely curious about is I wonder whether, like, when we go into New Game Plus 3, I wonder if there's going to be a Phase 8. Because there might be. There very well could be a Phase 8, since there's a Phase 7, right? And if there is a Phase 8, then that'll be very interesting to see what kind of upgrades are available. Very curious to know. So yeah. Very, very nicely done. Okay. Oh, chat, it's glowing. There we go, chat. We got it. We got it. I actually did not know whether, we would have it unlocked. So let me actually, like, triple check here. I want to see. Let me take a look. So where is... Nice, okay. Yeah, okay, so let me triple check this. Yeah. So right here, chat, it's very interesting. So it says on the wiki page for the humanity system, it says that the maximum level of humanity is level 10, and level 10, it says here that you need 1,420 points in order to reach level 10, right? Now, the interesting thing is, it's very difficult to determine whether you are at level 10 or whether you're like lower than level 10. Maybe you're level 9 or level 8 or whatever. Because on this page, the only indicator, like definitive indicator that you have for what level that you are at is level 8, where it says here, after you speak with Sophia, you can get white hair for Pinocchio. You can hold Spring, the cat, in your hands. The Rise of P ending that I previously unlocked on the base game is available for you to unlock. And it says here that the message that pops up whenever you lie in the game, it says your heart is pounding, right? That is an indicator of when you reach level 8, which is 895 humanity points, right? So in between 895 and level 10, which is supposedly 1,420, you don't have a way of telling whether you are still level 8, whether you are level 9, or whether you have reached level 10. And there was a part of me where I was kind of thinking in my head, right? If I do the calculations, if I do the math, I was thinking that there's a chance I would have to go through the entire full game, and I would have to basically, lie all the time and get the maximum amount of humanity points in order to reach level 10, right? And so, I thought that it was something where I would have to wait until the very, very, very end of the game in order to get this weapon, because when you think about it, the amount of humanity points from like 895 all the way to 1,420, that's a lot of humanity points that you have to collect, hypothetically. And when you take a look at all the different methods of collecting humanity points, there's only a few methods that will give you a lot of humanity points. I think there's like a couple of them that will give you 150 humanity points for lying, you know, and choosing a very specific answer. Whereas all of the other, like, you know, methods of obtaining humanity points, you only get like 20 humanity points or 40 humanity points maximum, right? So yeah, it's very interesting that you are able to unlock the Golden Light weapon at this point in the game. Because I was expecting that you would have to go even further to unlock it. But yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty damn cool. And just to make sure here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up my Steam. Nice. Okay, we got it, chat. So we got the achievement, the Special Weapon Collector, where we have to collect all the special weapons in the game. And now we only have 2 more achievements to unlock, which we are, like, guaranteed to achieve them. All we need to do is we need to give our heart to Geppetto at the very end of the game after we defeat Simon Manus, right? So yeah. It's kind of like a, you know, a bittersweet thing, because you know, the thing is, like, I think with the ending that we're going to be getting on you know, on this playthrough on New Game Plus 2, right? It is an easier ending, so we're gonna have a much easier time finishing New Game Plus 2 because we don't have to fight the optional final boss. However, on the other hand, the optional final boss of Lies of P, I think, is a really, really good boss fight. I really enjoy it, and I think that it is worth fighting that boss for anyone who plays Lies of P. I think that, yeah, fighting the last optional boss of the game, it is an experience that I recommend everyone who plays Lies of P to go through at least one time during their playthrough. But yeah. In any case, so let's see here. We did that. Let me go, and I'm going to collect my golden coin fruit over here. I think we're currently at like 4 out of 8, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we're at 5. Nice. Nice. Okay. So we'll do that. And then let's go. And we are going to teleport. And we are going to... Oh, wait. Wait a second. Hold on. Is that Pulcinella?
Might I have a moment, puppet of Geppetto?
Sure thing, buddy. What's up?
Ah, good. I was a bit concerned my voice wouldn't even reach you. It has been so very long since I spoke out of turn. You see, I too have been awakened. I have an ego, as Master Vanini would say, and I have been this way for some time. At least since Master Lorenzini was a child. He had no one else, you see. His parents, I'm sure you've heard of their terrible fate, and he had to see it all. But Master Lorenzini is stronger than most people suspect. A puppet was the killer. We both knew it. But if we had told the authorities, they might have removed me from the household as well. The young master would have been alone if I had been taken away. If only I could have saved them. Now I atone for that failure by thinking only of Master Vanini's prosperity and happiness. But even I did not realize how deeply he still held that trauma. How badly that murderous puppet had scarred his soul. You have set him free. I cannot thank you enough. I am not accustomed to sharing such thoughts or feelings. But when it involves Master Vanini, please accept this gift as it truly comes from the heart. My own. We will always roll out the red carpet for you at the House of Vanini.
What a good man. What a good butler. Hell yeah. I respect it. I respect it. Alright, chat. Let's do some teleporting, shall we? Okay, we are gonna go to the prayer room. And we're gonna try out this Laxatia fight. This is gonna be a tough fight. I honestly have no idea how in the hell I managed to survive on New Game Plus 1. But we're gonna see... We're gonna see if it's possible to recreate that same experience on New Game Plus 2. Okay. So let me think. Legion Arm. We have Pandemonium. Good, good, good. Okay, okay. Rhinestone. Perfection. Yep, yep, yep. Wishstone. Good. Okay, okay. Alright. Defense parts. Let's see. I think she deals electric shock damage. And then... yeah, I think she deals... potentially shock damage. Strike attacks, piercing, slash. I'm pretty sure it's strike attacks that she does with her sword. Alright. Cool. What items do I want to bring with me? Do I want throwing cells? I mean, throwing cells are not horrible, but she does have a resistance to it, I believe. Huh. I'm actually curious to see what are the, like, stats for Laxatia. So if we go to bosses, where are you, Laxatia? Ooh, yeah, she has a lot of, yeah, she has a lot of resistance, a lot of absorption. Okay, okay. So we're not gonna do that. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're taking these two. Let me take shot put just in case. And also take the cluster grenade, perhaps. Yeah, we can see how this does. This might be a little bit questionable, but I think it can work. Alright. Here we go, chat. First attempt. This is going to be mainly just practice against Laxatia to see if we can memorize her moveset. Phase 1 should not be that bad. We're going to see if we can reach Phase 2, but it may be a little bit tough. Here we go. Okay.
The arm of God! God will
Okay.
awaken
Okay.
soon.
Interesting. So, the very first swing that she does, if you don't block that on time, you get comboed, and you can't block the second one. Okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. Good. That one's tough.
Worship
Yeah.
Sermanis.
Okay. So, the interesting thing is, this weapon is not fast enough to be able to do an attack and then immediately do a block afterwards. That's something very important to take note of. Okay. Maybe... I don't know how fast the R1 is, right? That one's pretty fast. Yeah, the R2 is a little bit slower. Maybe I stick to R1s. Okay. Let's go. Good. Okay. Okay.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
That is a really, really long delay. Yeah, I don't like that delay. I think it's honestly better to strafe around. I don't think it's a good idea to just, like, you know, try to time the hit. Do you have that weapon with a different handle? I could if I wanted to, but honestly, this handle is the best one for this weapon. I don't like the other handles. Good. Okay. Okay. Good. Ooh, okay. Wrong direction to dodge. Okay. Good. 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 Ooh, good. There we go. Nicely done. It was a little bit rough for a phase 1, but we're doing well.
Oh, Simon. Your
She pronounces it Laxasia rather than Laxatia. Ooh, good. Ooh, that's quick. That's quick. Good. Okay, okay. That was a really good... Yeah, that was a really good first attempt for phase 2. It was rough, but I think I have a strategy in mind. I think I know what I can do. First of all, I do need to practice phase 1, without a doubt. I need to make sure that I'm able to kind of like go through phase 1 without taking that much damage, you know? Good. Okay. 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 Okay, so that was really, really weird. I don't know, maybe I was like, you know, way too focused on the fight and I wasn't paying attention, but I swear on my life that when Laxatia was doing that attack, right, I swear that I was trying to move my character to the left and I was trying to like roll, I was trying to dodge, but for some reason the game was acting as if I was trying to roll forward into her, and it was just like, that was a moment where, I don't know, maybe what I was imagining was not what my controller was doing. Maybe my thumb was like pushing forward and I wasn't realizing it, but it felt like, you know, just a moment where what I was thinking would occur, it didn't happen, and it didn't match up, which was just, yeah, I don't know. That was just so bizarre. I don't really have an explanation for that. I don't know. Very weird. I just got stuck against that area, and I could not get out of there. I probably should have, like, tried to, like, run backwards at that point. Oh, that's the... Okay. That's the long one. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. That was an early block. That was an early block. And I purposely did not heal because I, you know, earlier in the fight at the very beginning, I made a bad mistake where I did not realize there was going to be the electrical attack. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna reset the run. I'm just gonna do it over again. Oh, too late. Okay, okay.
Worship
Yeah.
Sermanis.
Yeah, that was a too late of a block. Okay, okay. I'm trying to memorize these timings and really understand, you know, when I'm supposed to like press the button, you know. All right. Good. Okay. Nice. Okay. Good. Too early. That was really, really, really lucky that it did not hit. Okay.
Worship
Yeah.
Sermanis.
I fucked up there because so when I was fighting her, I was paying attention to her character, right? And I was not looking at the health bar at all. And in my peripheral, I thought that I was very, very close to proccing phase 2. So I got greedy and I went in for some hits, but I shouldn't have. Okay. Okay. Nice. Good. That attack is really annoying. Nice. Ooh, okay. A lot faster than I was expecting. Okay. Wow, that's fast. Nice. Okay. Nice.
Worship
Yeah, yeah.
Sermonus.
That's really tough. That is really tough. I think what I should have. Oh, that's what I should have done, chat. Oh my god. I'm so smooth brained. I'm not even thinking about the kind of, you know, options that I have is basically the word I was looking for. Okay, okay. 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 Where are you aiming at? Okay. That is really, really fast. I can't time it properly. Yeah. Good? Ooh, bad. Not good. There we go. Really? There we go, chat.
Sir Simon, only you were the one.
Well, ripperoni. Poor Lexatia. Yeah, that was a, wow. So, okay, that was a really, really close, fight that happened. Like, we almost fucked up at the very end, and we almost completely died. I don't know why. I just, like, a part of me completely forgot that after you stagger Lexatia, she does, like, you know, multiple attacks afterwards. I didn't really remember that. And, also, another thing that you guys did not really, you know, manage to see entirely, the second time that Lexatia did the lightning attack, where she flies up into the air, and she, like, throws multiple lightning bolts, and then she crashes down at you, I almost did not activate my grindstone in time. And for those of you who don't know about this grindstone, I would say, like, this grindstone, it is, in my opinion, perfectly built for this fight, for the Laxatia fight. I think that this grindstone is like, you know, this boss fight is the only time when I would recommend using this grindstone. And this grindstone, if you guys don't know what it does, let me show you here. Let's go to grindstone. So it says here, temporarily activates perfect guard when you are, you know, pressing the block button, when you're pressing the guard button. So this means that, like, you know, when you press the block button, every single one of your blocks is a perfect block for a very, very short amount of time. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the length of time is, I think it's like roughly about 15 seconds is how long it lasts, assuming that I'm not, you know, misremembering. So the idea behind this grindstone for the Laxatia fight is every time Laxatia does the aerial lightning attack and then she like slams down on you, that is when you want to have this grindstone activated. You use it for that, and then, like, you know, for all other moments of the fight, you kind of just focus on dealing damage and surviving. That's basically it. And yeah, I think that for this boss fight, this is the only situation where you would ever use this grindstone, because, to be completely honest, the flame grindstone, the electric grindstone, and the acid grindstone, these three are the best. They are far superior to all of the others that exist in this game, and normally I would tell you to use any of these three, right? I think that, like, the Laxatia fight is the only situation where I would use the perfection grindstone. That's it. And yeah, like, during that fight where we just now won, I almost did not activate the grindstone before she did the lightning. I almost ran out of time, but luckily I did it at the very, very last second, and I was able to survive her attack, which is, you know, a major victory for us, right? It allowed us to stay alive and win, so yeah. All right, let's level up a little bit. We are going to go from level 50 to level 53. Very, very nice. And then, let me see here. So, okay, we did that. You know what I'm going to do before we forget? Let me teleport. Let's go to Rosa Isabel Street. We're going to talk to Mr. Subject 826, and we're going to buy, you know, the items that we want from him. And then after that, we can go back to Hotel Krot, because I believe that there is some dialogue there. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, nicely done.
Hey, over here.
What's up, dude?
Nice to see you again. I thought if I got a second chance, I'd go to where my heart's content. I never expected to get out alive. Oh, it's overwhelming, even now. Want to take a look at what I have? I grabbed a couple of things before taking off. It's a new life, a new attitude, and simple pleasures like ordinary conversation. Nice loot, yeah? If you need anything, just say the word.
Okay, purchase. There we go. Disruption cartridge +2. That's exactly what we wanted. I don't think we need this one. So what I figured out, chat, is that basically the golden records that you can collect in New Game Plus and New Game Plus 2, they don't give you any humanity points when you listen to them. Obviously, you want to collect at least one of them. You know, one copy of each record so that you can get the achievement on Steam, assuming that you're playing on PC. But yeah, no, like, listening to the golden records does not give you any humanity, so you don't really need it, you know? Okay. We'll just do that. And then everything else, yeah, I don't really think I need these other things, so we'll do that. And then, yeah, let's go teleport. Let's go to Hotel Krot, and we'll see if we can have a chat there. Okay. Alright, so first and foremost, let's go up to the room with the P organ upgrade system. Gonna have a nice little chat with the wheelchair, basically. A letter that gives off the scent of cherries. To the wonderful gentleman who gave my precious time back to me, that time I met you was light itself. Whether you're that child or not, I think you're a kind, precious child. Thank you for giving my joy back to me in my last moments. To the young gentleman who resembles Carlo, Antonia Sarasani. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. And we have our final dialogue with Polendina. It was an honor chatting with you, buddy.
With unsurpassed sorrow, I must announce Lady Antonia has passed away. As she entered immortality, she seemed at peace. Her face was calm, and she wasn't in pain. It is all thanks to you. Without your most difficult of choices, she would never have found such peace. As for me, I am bereft of emotion. My life, or what passes for it, has lost meaning. It feels like pain has swallowed me whole. Thus I plan to erase my heart and become an ordinary puppet. This will be my last conversation with you as Polendina. Despite how it ended, I thank you for the kindness, bravery, and beautiful moments you showed me.
It was an honor, sir. Appreciate you, Polendina.
Welcome to...
Don't think that there's anything I need to buy here, so we're chilling. Let me go and grab my, my golden coin fruit, because I'm a little bit worried that it's maxed out already. So we'll go ahead and grab that. We had 5. Okay. Not bad, not bad. And we currently have 69 gold coin fruit. Nice. Pepe, nice. Alright. We could listen to Memory of Beach. That's not a bad idea. It is a beautiful song.
Ah, the hotel seems truly empty now that Lady Antonia has departed. She was the closest person I had, you know? All that with my parents happened when I was just a child. These halls are truly cavernous now without her, and her music. She was a terrific pianist before she fell ill. Now it's up to us to protect this hotel. Her home and ours. Losing someone never gets easier. I always will.
Antonia is dead. It doesn't feel real. She was sick, but her personality was so formidable. The hotel feels empty without her. I would have done everything I could to help with weapons. Damn it. I'm so tired of people I know dying. So you'd better not die. If you can't stay alive, I'm gonna beat you up.
I'll hold you to that promise.
You're here.
Alright. Does Pulcinella have anything to say?
At the House of Anini.
He doesn't. What about Belle?
Strange. It hurts so much.
Nothing. Okay. Hello, Mr. Hound.
Hey, I didn't think we'd meet again. I've just come back from the Relic of Trismegistus, and I had no idea it was connected to the hotel. I should add that to my map. It was grim work out there. I found the real Alidoro. He's dead. Probably died heroically, seeking one last score. I buried his body and collected his belongings. It's a tragedy. He was a real professional and an inspiration to the next generation. I'm planning to continue his legacy. And like I said, I'm an explorer, not a fighter, so you would know. Is this weapon any good? If you're worthy, I'll give you Alidoro's weapon.
Let's see here. Yeah, we only have 2 more ergos that we could collect if we wanted to, right? Nice. Hello, Spring. Little gatito. Hello. Oh, he's a big boy. Look at him. Yes, you're a big boy, aren't you? A little chunky fellow. Good kitty. Oh, wait. Hold on. We don't need to listen to Quisonic. Okay. I think we've listened to all the records that we need. Yeah, we should be good to go. Okay. Alright. So, you know what I'm actually gonna do? Let me try upgrading this weapon.
Here.
Let me see. Upgrade weapon. The Golden Lie. Let's upgrade this one a little bit. I think I'll probably leave it at +3 for the time being. But let me see if I can alter the handle. So it's at C and C. I'd probably use a technique one on it then to go better with my build. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed, chat. Okay. Alright. And do we need to do anything else here? I don't think so. I think we should be fine. Okay, Stargazer time. Let's go to teleport. Gonna go here. Gonna go to Ascension Bridge. And then I believe we get to meet Sophia. And we get to decide her fate, whether we want to, you know, give her peace or keep her alive and keep her suffering, right? I'm actually gonna change my weapon here. There we go. Now we're good to go. I should probably also update my grinder as well. Let me see. Grindstone of Grinder. Let's do acid. Just in case. I don't know. I might need fire. Potentially. Potentially, chat. Yikes. That's gotta be extremely painful.
Oh, God.
It hurts so much. I want to be free. Please.
What do we do? I don't know. I can't make this choice. I think she wants to live, but what will you do? You have to decide. You, not me. Keep her alive, perhaps against her wishes, or give her peace. It's your call.
We can't let her suffer, chat. She's suffered long enough.
Thank you. I was trapped for so long. So much torment. So much pain. Take my ergo. I will be with you to the very end.
Ah, shit, baby. We got the white hair now. Hell yeah. Okay. Shadow flower. Okay. Onwards we go, chat. I think there was a room over here, wasn't there? Yeah, this way. Okay. Nice.
We did do the right thing, didn't we? I trust you. Let's keep going.
Let's do that, why don't we? Okay, nicely done. Bye-bye. You ain't killing me today. Nothing in there. Alright. Onwards we go, soldiers. Ooh, nice. Full moonstone. That's what we like to see. Aha. Brand new Stargazer. Alright. Let's keep going, chat. Let us keep trudging on forward. Okay, I'll take that. That's not a bad upgrade material. Gotta be careful of that guy. We don't wanna fight two of them simultaneously. Come this way, buddy. Nice. So it seems like with those big guys, you can't really, like, pull them towards you, and you can't really, like, you know, have them... Yeah, you can't really have them, you know, bring you to them, right? So you can't go... You can't drag them towards you, and you can't drag yourself towards them, right? Nicely done. Okay, barely made that one. I remember this guy. Okay. Okay. Nicely done. Nicely done. A little bit risky, but we made it out alive. Ooh, +1 quartz. You'll love to see it. You love to see it. Come over here, buddy. Bye-bye, buddy. Nicely done. Grab that. I remember this area. Yep, come over here. So we have that guy right there. And then we have the fire guy. We have to be very careful. We don't want to aggro both of them. So we're going to be a little bit patient here. Okay, this guy notices us. Good, good, good. Good. Nicely done. And then we come over here. Ooh. Okay. Bye-bye. Fortunately, you are no match for me. I will say, this puppet string Legion arm, whenever it's max upgraded, is really, really good for exploration, for like walking around and killing, you know, the random enemies that are, you know, just located all around here. Nicely done. Okay. Bye-bye. Always hated that gunner. He was a pain in the butt. I think I remember on one of my playthroughs, I'm pretty sure this bozo managed to, like, knock me off of the platform, which was really infuriating. That was not a fun moment of exploration for me. Easy kill. Okay, and then let me go ahead and grab this elevator, because I'm pretty sure this is unlocking a shortcut to the Stargazer. And then we can go back up. There we go. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. Shortcut unlocked. Elevator going back up. And we continue along our merry journey, chat. Hello, hello there, Fox. How goes it?
Ciao, Bello. I had a feeling you were no ordinary kid, but I never expected to meet you here. It's a trivial matter. Everything is trivial in this part of the business, reward or no reward. The reason for kidnapping someone, or for blocking your path here. But if some audacious behavior helps my brother see again, that's a different story. In all honesty, I don't want to fight. Not you, at any rate. For one, it's a damned hassle. And why should I go out of my way to satisfy an employer who didn't pay me enough? It's not too late. We don't have to fight. Just show me some kindness, and I might change my mind.
Alright, alright. I don't completely hate you. I only somewhat hate you, so here you go.
Thank you. This much? It might even cure him entirely. It's not fair, the way I've been harassing you. You're the only one who's ever been kind to us. I swear on my life as a stalker that your father is safe. My employer promised not to harm him. Go on then. Go to him. Geppetto's waiting.
Alright, alright, alright. Hello there, father. Alright, give me a second, chat. I'm gonna check the wiki page really quickly. Let me see here. Interesting. Okay, okay. Interesting. So, apparently, you can get some humanity points if you answer Geppetto with a very particular answer. And I'm pretty sure that the answer that you give to Geppetto is basically just lying to him. Okay, let's have a chat.
It saddens me to see my precious son in a place like this. I wanted you to grow up as a good boy in a peaceful world. And yet, I think all I've taught you is blood and violence. This will be the last time I ask. I promise. Simon has gone completely mad. He's trying to become a god by using a tremendous amount of ergo. I don't know what kind of world he wants to build. Perhaps there's no stopping him. I trust you, my son, and I'm ready for any outcome. But I don't know what you think of me. Speak truthfully, for my sake. Was I a trustworthy father to you?
Here's where we lie, chat. We're gonna tell him yes, even though it's not what we believe, right?
I see. I have the courage to carry on because of you. Put an end to it all, and come back to your father's side. Remember the happy family we once were. We can become that again.
There we go, chat. We lied to him. Alright. Open sesame. Okay, Stargazer. That's what we like to see. Rest here. Go ahead and grab this. Very nice. And then let me go ahead and spend some of my ergo here so that I don't lose a crap ton later on. 5 more levels until we finish with Advance, and then we can move on to Vitality and Vigor. Okay, let's do this, chat. This is a section that I do not like. This is the platforming section. I believe this is the Assassin's Amulet, if I'm not wrong. And if that's correct, which it is, then I do not need that amulet, and we can just sell it for ergo. a mid-air hit. Nice. Okay. Okay. Nicely done. Okay. Wow, another mid-air hit. Okay. We gotta retreat and make sure that they come at us one at a time. Bye-bye. Nicely done. Okay. Now this guy over here is a little bit tricky. There we go. Is this one a weapon? I actually don't remember. This might be a weapon. Oh, it's an amulet. One that we already have. We already unlocked this amulet, so we don't really need it. Okay. Okay, nicely done. Grab this. Go up here. Ooh, not far enough. Bye-bye. And then we should have the ladder unlocked. Perfect. Absolutely beautiful, chat. And I'm making sure that I'm not missing any of the, you know, pickups, any of the free items laying around. But we should be good to go.
Did you feel that? It's like someone walked across my grave. I sense ergo everywhere. I mean, this place is saturated with it. Like what you'd expect from a mountain of dead puppets.
Alright, so for this one, what we're gonna do is I'll do that, I'll do that, and that should be good enough, methinks. At least I hope so. Hello, Mr. Juggernaut guy. Ooh, that hit. Okay. Okay. Wow, okay. That was a lot faster than I was expecting. And then the other thing is that it's very interesting. So it seems like the puppet string, when you are down the stairs and the enemy is like a higher elevation, it does not work as well. So you need to be very, very careful. Yeah, it seems like the elevation is a major problem that, you know, is kind of like a hindrance of sorts. Okay. So let's go up, and then bum 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 ba dum bum bum. We're gonna redo that fight one more time. Okay. Wow, okay. There we go. Alright, free quartz. I will take that. Thank you very much. And then, let's keep on going, chat. Keep on moseying along. Gotta be very careful with this platforming section. Okay. And then here, I remember there's this bozo. Hello, Mr. Bozo. How do you do? Bye-bye, Mr. Bozo. I remember, like, at least once, I ran into this area without, you know, being careful, without properly checking around, and I accidentally got absolutely smashed to pieces by that guy, because he, like, came out of, you know, the hiding spot that he was in, and he kind of tackled me, which was not fun. Not exactly something that I was, looking forward to, you know? Let me go ahead and grind my weapon, get it to full durability. Okay, nicely done. And then this guy comes over here. Yep, there you go. Come over here. Easy money. Okay. Grab this right here. Acid abrasive. I like it. I like it. Balance crank. Don't really need it, but I'll take it. We have a lore item over here. Very nice. And I don't remember if there's a pickup right here. Is there? There is. Hell yeah. Ooh, Ergo Crystal of the Eternal. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And no more enemies? I guess there's no more. Okay. There we go, Chad. We made it. Okay. Use the Stargazer. We can level up one time. Nice. I will grab this item for the lore, and then let's teleport back to the hotel so that we can grab our golden coin fruit. I'm actually a little bit conflicted, chat. I'm a little bit not sure what I want to do, because here's what I'm thinking, okay? I could fight Simon Manus, right? I could fight Simon Manus, and, you know, we could basically just win and kind of like reach the end of the game, right? That is an option, and to be honest, it makes a lot of sense, right? I think that it's not a bad idea. However, with that being said, if I, you know, finish Lies of P during this stream, that means that, you know, on Friday, whenever I am scheduled to go live and stream, I won't really know what exactly I'm going to be doing. Like, I'm definitely not going to be playing Lies of P on Friday if I beat the game today, right? Yeah, I think it's kind of tough, because, like, I have ideas of, you know, what I could dive into and try playing on Friday if I wanted to. It's just that, you know, I don't know if I will be in the right headspace. I don't know if I'll be, you know, motivated or energized to start whatever the new game is, right? So there's a part of me that is thinking to myself, like, I could kind of leave this stream today as a short stream of like 3 hours, and then be like, okay, on Friday we come back, we beat Simon Manus, and then we you know, conclude the game, right? We finish the game there. But yeah, I don't know. And one thing that, you know, I'm kind of curious about, one thing that I've been pondering and considering is that so for anyone out there who did not know about this, there is a program, right? An application, a tool that exists, which is called the Save Manager, right? And basically what it does is it allows you to organize your save files on Lies of P, and it allows you to basically keep multiple save files for your account without, you know, only being restricted to your progress on your main account, right? So, you know, to give you an example, right? Let's say that I were to use the save manager. I could very likely, I think that I could create a save file, you know, my current progress in Lies of P. I could basically save the game here right before we fight Simon Menace. I could then take that save file and kind of separate it from the from like the rest of everything, right? The rest of you know, the actual like original game files themselves. And I could, in the future, at any time that I want to, I could take that separated save file that I created and I could load it up on my game. And then what it'll do is it'll bring me back to this moment, you know, right before we fought Simon Menace, right? So there's kind of like this part of me where I'm thinking to myself, what if, you know, I don't fight Simon Menace today and I try, you know, installing and using the save manager to create a save file, and that way, you know, in the future I can come back to this moment and fight, you know, Simon Menace, or, you know, even better, right? Basically at the very end of the game, after you defeat Simon Menace, you have the option of either finishing the game there and basically, you know, at that moment you can give your heart to Geppetto and you can roll the credits, or you can fight the final optional boss of the game by the name of Nameless Puppet, right? If I were to create a save file, I could create a save file basically of my account right before the decision is made for fighting or for giving up your heart, right? And if I create a save file of that moment, then, you know, I can go back and replay that moment anytime that I want to in the future, which honestly, that sounds very appealing to me. That sounds very, very fun. So I might do that. I might consider doing that. But yeah, I'm a little bit conflicted. I'm not yet sure what I want to do. I think if I were to consider like what is best for me in terms of like scheduling, you know, in terms of like what other responsibilities, whatever like tasks that I need to do during this week that are important, I think it's probably best if I end the stream here and if we pick up the stream on Friday. And then maybe, you know, once we finish things on Friday with Lies of P, we can then maybe get started on a new game and try something out. But yeah, I don't know. It's something to think about. Something to think about. Okay. Let me see here, chat.
You're here.
Upgrade weapon. Do I want to... Do I want to upgrade Golden Lie? Or do I want to upgrade Etiquette? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I wanna check out this Golden Lie weapon. Let me see what it's capable of. The Golden Lie. Holy crap, this thing is fucking long, chat. Oh my god. Bro, this thing is literally like it's like a spear. Or it's like a giant fucking broom. Holy moly. Okay, let's see the moveset. Okay, this is the R1. Ooh, that's fast. Okay, I like that. R2. Ooh, there's a double hit there. Interesting. So I wonder if you could do like one. Ooh, yeah, you could do that. So it's like you could do R2, R2, then immediately go into R1s. That seems like a really, really nice combo of attacks. Okay. Okay. Not too terrible. Now, what are the abilities? Let me see here. Furious Golden Hits and Storm Attack. Okay. Swing your weapon to attack and defend simultaneously. Hold the attack button to keep swinging. Wait, really? Okay, so let's try the first one. Let's try the slash attack. Not too terrible. Okay. So, what if I press the X button? Okay, okay, okay. And then what if I hold the X button? Ooh, interesting. So it has a like an ending point. Okay, let's try it on this puppet here. Okay. Okay. That's kind of weird. I don't know if that's if I like that, chat. So the thing that I find really weird about that Fable art is that, you know, I think that normally when you block an attack, right? Normally when you block an attack, if you perfect guard an attack, there will be a very, very specific noise, a very specific sound that plays when you perfect guard, and you can kind of feel this, like, you know, this impact of, like, your perfect guard being right on time, you know? And when I'm using this ability, right, the Fable art, yeah, so when I'm doing that, right, it is not giving me that feeling of like, oh, you just now perfect guarded the enemy's attack. It kind of feels like just a normal, regular block. And so I'm a little bit curious to know, does this, like, when you block an attack, are you still going to take some HP damage? That's what I'm very curious about. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me teleport. Let me see here. I'm going to teleport to... let's go to the Grand Exhibition. The enemies over here are not that, like, annoying to deal with, so we can hopefully test out this theory. Alright. Sup, dude? Okay. So I took damage there, but I think that my Fable art might have been... I think my Fable art might have been quite bad in terms of the timing there. Okay. Let's go test it out one more time. Okay. I still got hit there. I got hit there. I only need to fight one of these bozos, which is why I'm kind of trying to be careful here. Okay. Okay. So, I think I took a tiny amount of, like, chip damage there. I think so. But because I was able, like, because the Fable art was, you know, continuing, right? I was still swinging the weapon with the Fable art. I was able to regain the HP, or a portion of the HP that I lost. So, I don't think that this weapon is horrible. Like, I don't think it's a bad weapon in terms of the abilities and, like, the speed and everything. But I think the biggest problem I have with this weapon is that it kind of is lacking impact. You know, like even whenever I swing the weapon at an enemy and I hit them, it doesn't really feel satisfying. It doesn't really feel powerful. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I really like that weapon or not. So I think what I'm gonna do here...
You are here.
Let me see, upgrade weapon. Let's get etiquette to level 5. Let's do that. Very nice. And then... I don't know if I want to get this to level 4. Maybe I just wait, and then like during New Game Plus 3, if I get more of the full Moonstones, then I can do it then. That might be a good idea. But yeah, for now, I think we're going to remove it, and we're going to go back to... Yeah, we're gonna go back to Proof of Humanity. There we go. Okay. Okay, let me pay a visit to... Yeah, let me go to the vendor at Malum District, because we did use quite a few of the acid canisters, right? No, not the canisters, sorry, the carcass body fluid, right? And so restocking on that is going to be a good idea. Oh, buenos noches, Modified. Have a great night. I think a lot of the time, Modified, during their streams, they say descansa whenever someone goes to sleep, so I'm pretty sure that means, like, rest well or something. Let's see. 237, 238, 234. Nice. Yeah, so for those of you out there who were not really paying attention about this, I can tell you guys about it. So, you know, on, like, Monday and Tuesday, right? I didn't stream on either of those days, as I normally don't. But, you know, I like to watch other people's live streams, people that I follow, people that I enjoy. And, you know, for example, one of those people that I watch is Osito, because Osito also is playing Lies of P, and you know, I enjoy getting to see Osito go through the game, progress through, you know, fight the bosses, and eventually succeed. Osito is you know, improving, getting better and better at the game, and it's very, very cool to watch it, right? And so, you know, during those times when I'm, like, watching other people stream, I like to play Lies of P, and I like to kind of just, like, go around killing enemies for fun. And so, like, all the ergo that I collect from killing those enemies, I decided to just use them for buying throwables. So I'll buy, you know, the fire, electric, and acid ones, and then I'll buy, like, the shot puts, I'll buy the cluster grenades, the sharp pipes, the saw blades, that sort of a thing, you know? And then, yeah, I've also bought several of the abrasives as well. Even though, you know, I think the more that I play Lies of P, like, this is not a terrible thing. The more that I play Lies of P, the more that I realize the status effect weapons, right, for each of these status effects, for fire, acid, and electricity, the weapons that you can use are quite strong, you know, and you don't really need to use a basic, you know, weapon that you have to apply a status effect to, right? I mean, that's an option. That's a good option. But, you know, if you use a status effect weapon, like the acid one that I have here, or the second acid one that I have here, it will save you from spending those abrasives, and, you know, that way you save ergo, right? You don't have to spend your ergo on buying more. So, yeah, it's really, really nice. But, yeah, anyways. So, 15,000. Do I just hold on to it and wait until I get my next level? Might not be a bad idea. Let me take a look here, chat. Nope. Go up here. So if we go down here, how much do I have? 113, 146, 207. Okay. Alright. I might buy some cluster grenades, chat. Even though I rarely use cluster grenades, I think that they are a very, very beneficial item. So yeah, it's not a bad idea to buy some, right? Very nice. So we have 186, we have 207. Okay, not bad. Yeah, chat, I I think we're done here in Malum District. Okay, okay. Yeah, chat, I think the more that I ponder, the more that I consider what my options are and what the pros and cons are, I think I want to basically, you know, wait and save the Simon Manus boss fight for Friday. And here's basically my thinking, right? So obviously we talked about all this stuff about the save manager, about, you know, setting it up and getting it to work and whatnot. So I need some time to do that, obviously, right? The other thing is that, you know, if you think about it logically, so, okay, let's say that hypothetically, I were to, I were to, like, fight Simon Manus, and I were to beat the boss, right? And then, you know, after I beat the boss, I exit the game, and I don't go and I talk to Geppetto, I just, like, you know, yeah, I leave that be, and I wait for Friday, right? Hypothetically speaking. If that were to happen, you know, if I were to do that, then on Friday, we would not really have any content to do in Lies of P, because, you know, spoiler alert, when we talk to Geppetto, in order to get the final ending of the game that we have not yet gotten, we are going to be giving our heart to Geppetto, and we are not going to be fighting Nameless Puppet. So if I, you know, save that moment for Friday, then when I play Lies of P on Friday, there's not going to be any fighting. There's not going to be any, you know, interesting action happening. So I think that maybe saving the Simon Manus boss fight for Friday will give us a good, you know, chunk of content, a good chunk of boss fights and action, and then we can, you know, go in and seek out the ending that we want to. And, you know, hypothetically, fingers crossed, by Friday, I should have installed the save manager and figured out how everything works and you know, be able to, you know, customize my save profile the way that I want to for Lies of P. But yeah. I think, yeah, that's kind of what my my thinking about the pros and cons has led to, right? So I think that's what we'll do. We'll kind of just pause the game here and pick it up on Friday. Yeah, because to be honest, like, tonight, I am not supposed to be streaming for a very long time since I have classes tomorrow and I have, you know, homework and whatever. So yeah, this is meant to be a very, very, you know, short, comfy, cozy live stream overall. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting to do in the game? Anything else that I am not remembering? I think that's basically it, chat. Yeah, I think we've done everything. What we can do... So here's what we'll do, chat. Let me... Oh, gosh darn it. Don't you dare get strangled and tangled with the wires. Let me take a look. 3 out of 8. Okay, so teleport. Let's go to Hotel Krot. I'm gonna grab my golden coin fruit, and then we can teleport back here to the Simon Manus boss fight area, and then we can... Or actually, we might just stay here in Hotel Krot, and then I can exit to the main menu, right? Because... Yeah. I might, you know, a little bit of a spoiler alert. I might be kind of just, like, having some fun, fooling around, kind of just, like, doing random, you know, unimportant things in Lies of P tomorrow, whenever I'm not streaming, right? And so, yeah, I might play the game a little bit offline, and that way, you know, if I stay here at Hotel Krot, I can easily move around anywhere that I want to, right?
Stalker, please.
Okay. Alright, nice. So, let's go back to the main room over here. Bum-ba-da-bum, bum-ba-da-bum. And there we go. Nice. And I'm gonna do this. That way it saves the game. Perfect. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Title screen. Nice. And, yeah, we're gonna press a button. So, here's what I'm gonna do, chat. Let me see. I'm gonna swap over to this really quickly. Apologize for the jump scare there, chat. I know my big fat ugly head is not very easy to look at. I'm going to close the game. Yes. That way my PC, you know, my CPU and GPU and whatever are not working overtime. And what we're going to do, because I kind of, you know, want to talk about this, you know, as I play Lies of P more and more, I learn a lot of things that I really, you know, appreciate, and I really enjoy getting to learn and improve and get better at this game, right? And one of the things that I like to do is I like to, after I learn about, you know, certain like recommendations or whatever in Lies of P for particular aspects, I like to try and explain it. I like to try and teach other people what I've learned, you know, so that hopefully other people can benefit as well. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go to, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do, maybe I can copy and paste it. Hold on. Okay, 1_. I'm just gonna type it out manually. There we go. Okay, and then boom. Okay. So chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Was this? I don't think this is right. Hold on, chat. Wow, that is. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Yeah, that's. I'm kind of sad. Maybe it's in their highlights. Let me see here. Highlights. Maybe it's this one? No. No, it's not this one. Wow, that's a little bit sad, chat. So, I'll explain what I'm looking for right now and what I'm doing. So, what I wanted to do, sorry. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to take a look at Modified Bear's kind of like their VODs, right? Their live streams that they did in the past. And I wanted to kind of provide some commentary and talk about, you know, their performance, right? However, it's very unfortunate. It seems like basically, yeah, so their their most recent VOD that is saved on their channel is from 4 days ago, which is not correct because yesterday, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday night, Modified was live and they were streaming, and I watched them, you know, stream and play Lies of P, and I wanted to see their most recent VOD because in that VOD they fought two bosses. They fought the Walker of Illusions and they fought the Corrupted Parade Master. And you know, after many attempts of fighting those two bosses, they ended up defeating both of them, which was like a very you know impressive moment, and I was very happy for them. You know, I was very glad that they were able to yeah, that they were able to basically progress and win and defeat some very challenging bosses. So I think what I will do, this is not as yeah, this is unfortunately not as like cool, but what I will do is I will, oh man, yeah, this is very unfortunate here. I will go ahead and do some commentary about Modified, their like one of their very first their first like attempts of fighting the Walker of Illusions. Since I don't have access to their more recent VOD, I'll have to do with this VOD here, and we can talk about, you know, what Modified did well and what they, you know, could improve upon, right? Um, No. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's do that. Okay. And then I'm gonna do, let's see here. Where is it? Okay, let's swap over to browser. Chrome. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Wonderful. And so now I'm going to, yeah, so I'm going to do that, and I'm going to go ahead and hide the chat because I don't think we need to see the chat. I don't think so. So here's what we're going to do, chat. Kind of want to skip ahead. Okay, so I think this is the part where they first encounter the Walker of Illusions, I think. Yeah, so in this section right here, Modified made a little bit of a mistake. It's not really that important, but basically when you are going to fight the Walker of Illusions, you need to be very careful about this flamethrower guy. What you need to do is you either need to run up the ladder, like climb it really fast, and then run through here immediately so that you don't aggro him, or you need to kill him very quickly if he aggro's onto you, right? But basically what happened is Modified climbed up the ladder, they stood right here in this spot, which they, you know, it's a very, very dangerous spot to stand in, and they, you know, attempted to equip certain items on their character in preparation for the boss fight. But yeah, anyways, let's keep going. So let's take a look at you know, the very first attempt that Modified does here. Okay, so we go up the ladder eventually. Okay. And then I'm gonna go ahead and pause it here. So I want to take a moment to explain this boss because this boss is a huge, massive piece of shit. I hate this boss a lot, right? There's nothing about this boss that I can compliment that I feel positively about. Basically, this boss right here, the sort of like key to this boss fight, right? The way that you succeed is that it is a boss fight which emphasizes very heavily perfect guarding, right? The more that you are able to perfect guard in this fight, the better off that you will do, the easier of a time that you will have, right? This boss, basically the entire what's the word I'm looking for? The entire sort of like mechanic of this boss is that this boss will do a lot of rapid attacks against you, and like all of the combos that it has, you know, it'll hit you like 3 times or 4 times, even 5 times in a row, and then like, you know, after a brief pause, it will come back and you know, attack you again after that pause with another very rapid combo of like 3, 4, 5 hits, maybe 6 at times, right? So this boss is really, really difficult. And the reason why is because, you know, me, myself included, as well as many other Lies of P players, right? So there's this thing that happens where if we come up against the boss and we get hit multiple times very rapidly, you know, and we lose a chunk of our HP very quickly, we have this like automatic response in our brain where our brain shouts at us to get far away from the enemy, get far away from the boss, create some distance, right? Rather than, you know, our brain telling us to block, right? Because our brain, the way that it thinks is that when we create distance, when we move away from the boss, we will be given time to recover, time to heal, time to, you know, regain our stamina and our poise and everything, right? So it's like this automatic sort of panic response of like run away or dodge, right? With this boss, the best recommendation, the most optimal suggestion that I could give to people is to literally stand in one spot, do not move, and focus on perfect blocking all the attacks. Learn the timing. I know that it is very difficult, and I know that it will take anyone, including me, it takes me multiple attempts, right? Multiple deaths to this boss to start learning the timings of the attacks. But I promise anyone who fights this boss, if you do not panic and do not try to run around and dodge a lot, you will have an easier time, right? So that is basically my, you know, very general, very, you know, broad recommendation for this boss fight. My universal tip or my universal piece of advice to give people. And let's see how Modified handles. So this right here, I believe, is Modified's very first time fighting this boss. We're gonna see how they handle it, what they did okay, and what they didn't do so well, and we're gonna comment on it basically. So let's do this. Okay, so grinding the weapon. Yep, that's good. That's good. Okay, going forward. Scream happens. Disruption. Okay, so the one thing about that move that the boss does, right? For anyone who was paying attention, you will have noticed it. But if you weren't paying attention, then it's kind of, you know, easy to miss, right? So this boss, when they scream, right? They have this kind of AoE effect when they scream. It builds up disruption on your character. And disruption is one of the most dangerous status effects in the entire game, because once that disruption bar completely fills up entirely, your character instantly dies, no matter how much HP that you have, right? So it's an instant death status effect, right? Now, this is dangerous, right? This is not good. However, the silver lining of that scream is that even though it builds up disruption, it does not damage you. It does not take away your HP. It only pushes you back, right? Now, I would say, you know, for that ability that the boss does, it is something where you don't really have to like focus on dodging or focus on like blocking or anything like that. You know, it's not something where like, oh, if you do not block this attack or you do not roll this attack, then you are, you know, in trouble. It's kind of an attack or an ability that is, for the most part, not really problematic. You know, it's kind of just like a thing that happens and you kind of get used to it, right? I will say what I think you can do. You know, it's not something that will 100% solve the problem and will, like, you know, avoid building up disruption on your character. But what I would say is that if you want to, what you can try doing is, you know, when you get close enough to the boss and when the boss does the scream, you can just simply hold the block button. You don't even have to try to like perfect guard anything. You can just hold the block button, and I think it will not push your character back that far. It'll maybe push them back a little tiny bit when you're blocking the scream, but you're not going to, you know, be shoved backwards like 20 feet away from the boss, right? So that is one thing that you can do for that scream. But overall, I think the only like serious recommendation where it's like maybe you should really consider this is you know, take the items where you can increase your resistance to special attributes, and then take the other item where it will allow you to cleanse yourself of a special status element, you know, by using the item. I don't remember what the name of the item is. I think it's called like a module or something like that. But yeah, it's like the round item that you kind of consume to get rid of any special status effects, right? Those two items are pretty useful for disruption in general, right? So yeah, but let's keep on going. Let's keep on watching this boss fight and see what happens, okay? All right, so going in, attacking, good, good, good. So that's a missed attack right there. That's a slash. That slash should have been blocked. I think that, you know, you need to be very careful when you're attacking this boss. Do not, you know, go in and swing at them like, you know, 6 times in a row, using up your stamina and putting yourself at risk, because this boss will do some very, very rapid instant attacks that are hard to, you know, react to if you are not prepared beforehand, right? You need to be proactive rather than reactive with this boss. So yeah, that slash should have been blocked. That one should have been blocked. That's a pretty easy one to learn the timing for. There's a little bit of a pause as the boss kind of swings their body around, and then, you know, as the dagger is coming down, you perfect guard it, right? This one, it should be an easy one to block, right? The stab forward. And then I think, let me see here. So this attack that happens here, let me show you guys. So, yep, stab forward. Okay, this attack right here, watch what happens here. So spin, hit with the dagger, hit with the dagger again, right? And actually, this attack right here, the spin attack that this boss does, it is, I believe, a 4-hit attack, because it, you know, hits you with the dagger, then it spins, and in the other hand of the boss, there's the giant, like, slashing cleaver weapon, right? It will slash you with the big weapon. So it does the small dagger, then slash with the big weapon, then another dagger, stab, right? And then a fourth, attack, a fourth hit, which is the big giant, cleaver weapon in the other hand. In my opinion, I think that this spin attack right here is probably the easiest one that this boss has in order to learn the timing, in order to master when to press the perfect guard button. I remember whenever I started learning how to fight this boss, whenever I died to this boss over and over and over and over again, the thing that I noticed was that this spin attack was basically the very first attack that I was able to perfect guard, whether it was like, whether I was intending to perfect guard or whether I accidentally perfect guarded it by, kind of like reacting at the last second to block the attack, right? So I think that this spinning move that this boss does is one of the best attacks to perfect guard and to build up the stagger, meter or whatever on the boss. So yeah. Okay. So obviously Modified died right here. And what I will say is that this situation right here is probably one of the worst situations to be in, where you get pushed into a corner by the boss and you get stuck there and it's very hard to maneuver around. So you don't ever really want to put yourself in this position here, right? Okay. So let's skip ahead to where they retry the fight. Okay. So they're gonna go and pick up their ergo that's dropped there, and then they're gonna, dive on in and try to attack the boss. Grab your ergo. Yep. Ooh. So this right here is a really, really bad situation, because at the very beginning of the fight, you can see here that Modified, the camera of the game is facing not the boss. It's facing a completely different direction, and Modified has their back turned to the boss, which is not the position you want to be in, right? And so this is very, very dangerous, because even if Modified is like, spamming the dodge roll button, Modified is very much at risk of still getting hit by an attack, a random slash by the enemy that has a longer range than anticipated, right? So this is very, very dangerous here. Okay, so we locked on. Okay. Is Modified going to block this? Let's see. Nope, no block. So that should have been a block right there. Okay. Yeah, so that combo right there, right? It was basically, like, let's see if we can watch it again. Swing, swing, okay. So yeah, stab the ground, okay. All right, let's watch this combo. Swing right here. Good block, very well done. Now, this combo, basically right here, the Walker of Illusions will do these like two rapid swings, one after the other, right? One, and then two, right here. This attack is probably one of the most common combo attacks that this boss does throughout the entire fight. It is very dangerous, and you need to learn the timing of this one. It's very highly recommended that you learn the timing, because you want to be able to perfect guard either all of this or the majority of it, right? So you basically need to do, so it's like swing, and when it swings, right, so you do perfect guard, then perfect guard, and then I think there's one last attack here. Let me see. Yeah, so it does this right here, this like swing, right? And then it actually had another swing there. So it was perfect guard, right? Then it has, I think, like a very, very brief, very, very minuscule pause. And then it does another two slashes. So 1, 2, you perfect guard both of those. And then this right here, this is the Fury attack, right? The red glowing attack. Now, in Modified's position, right? Basically, there are two different options here. Option number one is obviously you learn the timing of this Fury attack and you perfect guard it, right? That is obviously, for everyone in any scenario, that is the best option. However, I think if I was in Modified shoes, as I am, not experienced with fighting this boss, and this is like my second or third try or whatever against this boss, what I would probably do is focus on dodging this attack. I would roll the attack and get out of the way before it manages to hit me. And let's see what Modified does here. Yeah, so Modified was not able to roll in time, but, if you guys take a look at the top left here, there's an icon underneath the Fable Arts bar, this like dark green circle, right? So this icon is an amulet in the game. And I actually told Modified, during their live stream, I mentioned to them, I think it was not their recent live stream, it was like a couple live streams ago. I told Modified to, basically get this amulet. You get it from the fake Alidoro, right? Who has all the weapons, all the amulets. This amulet, I would say, for any Lies of P player out there who is playing the game for the very first time, who is, maybe on New Game +1, right? I think this amulet is probably one of the most valuable amulets to ever exist in the entire game, because it allows you, so if you don't know what it does, chat, that amulet allows you to dodge roll fury attacks, right? Normally, if let's say that you are up close and you're fighting a boss, right? You're kind of like face to face with the boss, up close, hitting him with your weapon. If the boss does a fury attack at super close range like that, normally you are not able to dodge it. You will guarantee get hit by it, right? Only when you are very far away from the boss can you dodge the fury attack without using this amulet, right? However, this amulet allows you to survive, allows you to dodge a fury attack at close range if you are in danger, right? And so this amulet is extremely valuable throughout the entire game, in my personal opinion. So up until New Game +2, up until I unlocked a very specific, P organ upgrade that I'm not going to, mention by name. I'm gonna, it's a little bit spoilers. But I unlocked a very specific, P organ ability, P organ upgrade. And after I unlocked it, I stopped using the, Fury Attack Dodge Amulet. However, basically all the way from, whenever I first picked up this amulet up until like, I would say maybe like midway through New Game +2, or maybe even like before midway, maybe like 30% of the way into New Game +2 or whatever, I was using that amulet as like, the one of the amulets that I equipped 100% of the time. Like I never took it off. It is such a good amulet. So in the scenario that Modified is in, I would be taking advantage of that amulet, and I would be trying to dodge the fury attacks, right? So, okay, Modified created some distance, backed up from the boss, right? Trying to reposition. Okay, that should have been a block there. Good block there. I'm gonna be honest, so, okay. It's so hard to master this. It's so hard to, build it into your muscle memory, right? I've experienced this myself. I know that I suffer from the same thing, right? The thing that you have to learn in Lies of P, and it especially happens with bosses like this one right here, the Walker of Illusions, is that there are so many scenarios where blocking attacks, even if you don't perfect guard, even if you just simply block an attack and you take, a percentage, you take a portion of damage from the hits, right? Just simply blocking an attack, without perfect guarding is enough. It is good. It is better than trying to dodge roll, trying to run away from a boss. Or, of course, common sense. It goes without saying it's better than getting hit and taking 100% damage from the attack, right? So yeah, that, like, even though it was not a perfect guard, that was a good decision to block there by Modified. And as you can see now, Modified is going in and doing some attacks, trying to counterattack against the boss, right? And they get hit both times here. Again, as I mentioned, that sort of like spin combo that the boss does, you really want to learn the timing of it. You really want to kind of learn the timing, master it, understand it, and internalize it. Be able to perfect guard that spin, right? Now, okay, that attack right there, it is a very, very, very slow, kind of jab forward. It's a very slow stab, right? I think that it is a very, very good idea to learn the timing of that and to try and perfect guard it. However, even if you're not able to perfect guard it, if you're just able to just regularly plainly block it, that is fine as well, right? I will say that even me, after going through New Game all the way to New Game +2, right? I still struggle to block that attack perfectly every time. I am not good at perfect guarding that specific attack. I still miss many times. And so, I don't blame other people if they're not able to perfect guard it consistently 100% of the time either. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, so all of those attacks that the Walker of Illusions was doing, Modified should be learning the timing for them and should be perfect guarding. Those are, golden opportunities to basically get the boss closer and closer to staggering. And also, very, very importantly, if you are able to perfect guard enough times against this boss, you can potentially break the boss's weapon, which makes the boss weaker, right? And it makes it easier for you to survive against the boss if you break their weapon. So learning the timing of all of those is very, very, recommended, very highly optimal. And, you saw at the very end there, I think the very last attack, the last swing that the boss did, Modified was able to perfect guard it. So that was really well done at the very end there, right? Block. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think Modified, with this combo right here, the problem that Modified is running into is that they are essentially, like, letting go of the block button way too fast, right? They need to block the first attack, and then, like, block, then there's, like, a very split-second pause, and then double block, so block, block, in rapid succession, right? Yeah, they keep on letting go of the block button too early and not recognizing that it's going to be, a 4, 5, 6-hit combo, right? So yeah, dodge that Fury attack. That was a very good dodge, a very lucky dodge. That was unfortunate there. Modified tried to heal, and got punished for it. It's understandable. It happens. I will say, in my opinion, rolling out of the way here was not really a great idea. Like, I understand why Modified did it, and to be honest, if you are, panicking in the moment, right, when you're experiencing the boss fight, it's very understandable to want to immediately dodge out of the way after you get hit and interrupted when trying to heal. It's like a, very logical, kind of immediate response that your brain does, where it's like, roll out of the way, dodge, get out of there, right? But I think it would have been better if Modified stood their ground and tried to just, like, simply block, not even perfect guard, but block the subsequent attacks, right? Yeah, so that spin right there, gotta block that one. Good block, good, perfect guard. So yeah, that right there, that one is, it's not like super duper rare, but I will say that it's not as observable, not as commonly seen as, like, the 4, 5, 6-hit combo that this boss does. That right there was a very, very fast, very quick, like, double slash attack, and then the boss backed up, right? I think for that attack, since it is not as extremely common as the rest of the combos, it's kind of hard to anticipate it and to, learn the timing and whatever. And so I can't really, like, expect Modified to master that particular double rapid slash. But I think that what it kind of tries to teach you is that at all times you need to be ready to immediately press the block button just in case, right? So yeah. Okay, so yeah, that one, I mean, Modified did block it, so good job blocking it. However, perfect guarding it is obviously going to be the goal. That is what you should be aiming for, right? Block, should have blocked that one. Yeah, see, like, Modified, I think they keep on letting go of the block button, and it's just, it's not what you need to be doing during this fight, right? Good dodge there. Block that, good. Good block, that's perfectly fine. That's totally okay. Yeah, so the first part of that spin, Modified was able to block it well, and then the second part they messed up on. Okay, nice. Yeah. Yeah, this boss is, I would say, ranking the different mini-bosses that exist in Lies of P, the Walker of Illusions is probably among the top worst mini-bosses in the entire game. Absolutely a major, massive pain in the ass. I really, really don't like this boss. Yeah, so that was really unfortunate what ended up happening there. Basically, at the very beginning of the fight, right? So Modified is, like, kind of like trying to circle around the boss and not get too close, and Modified gets kind of, like, stuck on the wall, right? They get stuck by, like, a piece of furniture, a piece of environment, and so they kind of, like, try to get around it. They try to, like, walk around it or roll around it or whatever. And what ends up happening is, I believe that the lock on, the target lock for the boss, disappears because of the actions that Modified was taking to get around that piece of environment, right? And so I believe that Modified ends up taking a hit here, if I'm not mistaken. Let me continue playing. Ooh, very luckily was able to dodge getting hit, I think. Maybe Modified didn't. Let me replay that. Hold on. Let me see here. Yep, hit right there. Okay. All right. Okay. So, grab Ergo, reposition. Good block. Good job. That was really, really unfortunate. Yeah, that was like such an early block, which was not at all on time for the Fury attack. Not at all, good timing. In that scenario, I think what I would have recommended is simply just like try to roll to the left or roll to the right to dodge the Fury attack entirely. But I mean, it was worth a shot, right? Trying to figure out the timing of that Fury attack. Early block there, but still a block. Nope, didn't learn the timing for that. Yep, that's another tough combo. Yeah, really, really unfortunate. And that's the thing, you kind of notice it as you watch Modified's gameplay, right? I mentioned this at the very, very, very beginning whenever we first started watching Modified's attempts, right? One of the biggest problems with players who fight this boss is that their instinct tells them to like continuously be moving around, whether it's moving to the left, moving to the right, circling around the boss, whatever. So, the players, they get a little bit antsy, right? They feel like they want to be doing something during the fight, so they're like moving their character around. For this boss, I think it's honestly better if you kind of like keep your character, in one position and you don't run around, you don't try to dodge around like this right here. You see, that was a prime example of why you do not want to roll around the area. You don't want to run around and try to gain a distance from the boss, because this boss is very good at closing that distance fast and slashing at you with multiple rapid attacks, right? Um, yeah, I think, you know, Modified and any Lies of P player out there, if you basically forcefully calm yourself down and you stop panicking, you stop running around and rolling around, if you just stand in one spot and you spend your time, you pay attention to learning the timings of this boss, it will be easier for you to deal with this boss. I'm not saying that it's going to be, an instant win for you, because even me myself, even I absolutely struggle against this boss. I have a very, very hard time. But I think that it will increase your chances of winning more so than if you just like run around, if you try to roll around the entire area as if you were a headless chicken. Um, so yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me skip ahead here in the video to see, does Modified do any more attempts? I don't know if they do. Maybe they don't, because it's getting close to the end of the VOD here. So maybe they decide to go and take on this boss during their next live stream instead. Yeah, it looks like they gave up. Yeah. Yeah, so they ended up, basically going to bed and ending their stream, which I don't blame them. I do not blame them a single bit. This boss fight, the Walker of Illusions, it is one fucking hell of a boss fight. It is not easy. What I will tell you guys, I mentioned this before we started watching Modified's VOD. Modified did beat the Walker of Illusions, and I was watching the stream whenever Modified beat the boss. It was a very, very, exciting moment for Modified, and I was very, happy for them. Unfortunately, their like, you know, VOD section does not show it. Like, it says here the earliest broadcast is 4 days ago, which is not correct. So yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not able to kind of not able to show you guys the winning attempt, which I wish I could. I wish we could absolutely, go through it and watch it. But maybe in the future, Modified will have the VOD, available on their channel. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In any case, though, chat, that's basically it. That's all I have for the time being. Yeah, I don't have any other content that we can play, or any other, I guess, like topics to discuss and to explain to try and teach people. But in any case, chat, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end my stream here. I apologize that it's a little bit of a shorter stream, and basically during this stream we only fought one boss. So it wasn't, an epic stream where I fought like 2, 3, 4 bosses in a row. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? And today's stream, we have to keep it nice and short and sweet, right? Yeah. That's what we're gonna do. Cool, awesome. So here's the game plan, chat. I'm gonna take a moment to tell you guys about what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna do this. Hello, chat. I'm back. I'm gonna close that, and I'm gonna close all of these as well. Only have my YouTube tab there. Cool. Sorry, I'm repositioning my OBS. Apologies about that, chat. Also, what happened to my webcam? Webcam, what are you doing? What webcam? Hello? Do you want to focus on my ugly face? I mean, honestly, it's probably better this way because my face is not worth looking at all. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to, for the webcam that I'm using, maybe I need to like turn off the autofocus feature and I need to like manually control the focus. I have no idea. So this is basically what I'm thinking, chat. And first of all, I'm gonna say this and I'll repeat the same thing I think on Friday whenever I stream as well. But I think that what I'm about to share with you guys, it is subject to change, right? Nothing's guaranteed, nothing's set in stone. But I'm thinking, so on Friday, we'll be back for another live stream. We will be fighting Simon Manus, and we will be basically reaching the conclusion, the ending of New Game Plus 2 for Lies of P, which is going to be very awesome. I'm very, very excited for that, very hyped about that, right? It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful time. After Lies of P, this is such a good topic, right? Because I remember, there was one day where I was watching my good friend Yvain Domain, absolutely legendary, legendary streamer, and a wonderful, wonderful IRL friend of mine, right? I was watching Yvain stream, and I was chatting with him, right? And he brought up the question. He asked me, he was like, "So, Cappy, after Lies of P, what's your plan? Like, what do you want to do? What games are you gonna play? And I didn't really give it much thought, and I think one of the reasons why I didn't give it much thought is because there was a part of me where I was kind of thinking to myself that Lies of P, it's a Souls-like game and it's a very challenging game, right? It's not a cakewalk, right? And so I thought to myself that it was going to take me a long while to get through everything, to beat everything, to get all the achievements. And a part of me thought that like, oh, well, by the time that I 100% complete the entirety of Lies of P, every single achievement, by the time that happens, surely the DLC, the Overture DLC will be released and, I will have more Lies of P gameplay, more Lies of P content to stream for you guys. However, it doesn't seem like that's happening. It seems like we are finishing earlier, which is not bad at all. That's not a negative thing. So here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm going to open up my Steam right now and take a look at what we have here. Okay, I'm going to look at these games. So I have a section of my Steam, a category that is, the title of the category is games that I need to play, games that I've never played before and that I want to experience. And on that list, we have a large amount of games. I can go ahead and kind of read them out to you, right? So we have, yeah, I think I'm just going to kind of, wait, why is this in the stuff I need to play genre? No. I'm gonna remove this one. Yeah, get that out of here. Okay. So I'm gonna go through the list, chat, and I'm gonna name every single game that is here. What I do want to, say before before I kind of like, yeah, before I go down the list, basically, I'm going to name off every single game that is in this category here that I have. However, some of the games in this category, they are ones that, I've never played before, but even though I've never played them before, they are not really like a high priority for me. And, I'll give you an example, right? Some of the games that I have on my, games that I need to play on that list, some of these games are ones where basically I got the game. I got the game, maybe as like a part of a bundle of games, and it's not something that I like intentionally purchased because I specifically was interested in that game, right? So there are some games here where I kind of just, I got it as a part of a bundle, or I got it because it was cheap and I wanted, to get a good deal, right? And so some of these games on this list are I would basically describe them as very low priority in terms of how much I want to experience it, how much I want to play it on stream, right? I think some of these games are probably ones where like if I want to play it, I will probably just play it offline, and there's not really any need to stream it. There's not really any like incentive for me to stream it, right? But let's go through the list, okay? So we have, starting from the very top, right, alphabetical order. We have Alba, a wildlife adventure. We have Animal Well. We have Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. We have Assassin's Creed Odyssey. We have Back Firewall. We have Battle Block Theater, Chef Capybara. We have Chrono Trigger. We have Crisis 2 and Crisis 3. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? I'm actually thinking to myself, I might need to reach out to Steam support and talk to them, right? So, oh boy, I actually don't even know if I don't even know if I have the ability to do this. That's kind of unfortunate if it is true. So the funny thing is, I'm looking at this list here, chat. I have Crisis 3, right? I have the regular Crisis 3, the original that came out, and then recently, I think maybe last week or the week before, I think it was maybe last week, I saw that Crisis 3 remastered, that game was on sale, and it was like I think $15 for the game, and I was like, wait a second, you know, I at the time whenever I saw the game on sale, I was like, man, I remember, what was it, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when the Crisis 3 remastered came out. Let me actually see here. When did this thing release? 2022, right? November 17th, 2022. So when this remastered version came out, right? I remember that there were so many people talking about how the graphics of the remaster were going to be insane. And people back then, they were saying like, oh my God, you're going to have to buy a whole new, brand new, you know, top quality PC in order to run the remastered version, right? And so when I saw the remastered version on sale, I was like, you know, I've never played the remastered version. Maybe I should try it. Maybe I should see like, okay, now in 2025 with my PC that I currently have, is it possible for me to play it, right? So I ended up buying the remastered, and basically what I'm seeing here, you know, for those of you who don't understand, I have the regular Crisis 3 game, the base version, and I have the remastered version, and both of them are in my library. So I'm thinking that, like, to be completely honest, I kind of want to, I don't know if it's possible, but I want to see if I can like return the base game, like the basic version, right? And only keep the remastered version. But I don't, I have no idea if Steam is going to give me a refund for it. They probably won't, because it's been like, you know, 7,000 years that I've had this game in my library. But anyways, so Crisis 2, Crisis 3, right? Moving on. Let's go down the list, right? We have Doom and Doom 2. We have Doom 64. We have a game called Dungeon Up. We have a game called Eastward. We have a game called Ender Lilies. We have Fireball Wizard. We have let's see here. That one's a multiplayer game. That one's another multiplayer game. Okay. We have Gotham Knights. We have Heartbound. Hellslave. Hyperspace Invaders DX. Jump King. Katana Zero. Nah, I'm not going to mention those games because I tried playing those games a little bit and they were trash. I did not like them. We have Lego DC Supervillains. We have Lego Marvel Avengers. We have a game called Letters, a written adventure. We have this game, which is it's part of the Like a Dragon franchise, you know, the Yakuza franchise. It's called The Man Who Erased His Name. I'm honestly like, that game, I really want to play it, and I'm so excited to eventually play it sometime. The biggest problem is that since this game is part of the Yakuza franchise, what I really want to do at some point, maybe not in 2025, maybe in 2026, I want to be able to do a marathon of the entire Yakuza franchise, starting from like Yakuza 0 all the way to the newest game, right? And the only reason why I have not done it already, you know, and why I'm not planning to do it in the near future is because right now I think I only have a small portion of the Yakuza games. I think I have like Yakuza 4, 5, and 6, and I don't have 1, 2, and 3, or 0, 1, 2, and 3. I need to buy the remainder Yakuza games. I'm waiting for, you know, a really good sale where they're a really good price, right? So continuing down the list, right? We have The Messenger, we have Moonlighter, we have what else do we have here? Oh, we have Nier Automata, basically replaying the game and going through all of the different endings of the game, right? We have this one. We have Nine Souls. We have Nobody Saves the World. We have Nocturnal. We have Noita. We have Oh Dear. Actually, no. Oh Dear is a multiplayer game, so it's not something that I can play like solo on stream. Yeah, it's a multiplayer exclusive game. We have Okami. We have Omori. We have Ori. Two games: Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. Okay, never mind. It's the exact same game except for one of them is definitive. Cool. It seems like I'm wasting a lot of money, Chad, buying the duplicate games over again. I'm an idiot. I'm absolutely a fucking moron. Okay. We have. I don't know if this one is like strictly, you know, multiplayer or if it's something that can be enjoyed in solo, but there's a game called Pico Park that I have. We have, what is this one? Pixel Cross Adventure. Okay, I don't know what that game is. We have Pit People. I think this one is like, it may not be required, but I think it's like heavily multiplayer recommended, right? We have Pizza Express. I'm not really I'm not really thinking I want to play that game. We have Pocket Kingdom. We have Pummel Party. That one's a multiplayer game that is, you know, not really doable solo. We have a game called Rabby Ribby. We have Red Dead Redemption 2. We have Rogue. We have Run. We have Sanctuary RPG Black Edition. No idea what that is. We have Shovel Knight, Treasure Trove. We have Shui's Odyssey. We have Sifu. We have Spirit of the Samurai. We have Superliminal. We have Terraria. We have Valfaris. We have Vampire Survivors, which I think I've played a little bit of. We have Void Invaders. Next is Wedding Witch. That's a game I could potentially try a little bit of, but I feel like it's not a game that we're going to be spending a lot of hours on, right? We have White Knight, The Witcher, The Witcher 2, The Witcher 3. And then we have, as I mentioned, I have the Yakuza game, so I have Yakuza 3, 4, 5, and 6. I still need to buy Yakuza 0, Yakuza 1, and 2. Those are the ones that I'm missing, right? We have a game here called Zarya 1, and then we have Zombie Party. Yeah, so yeah, basically, there are a good chunk of these games, probably about, I would say if I were to guess, about 40% of the games on this list are ones that I kind of like, I don't think I got them for free, but I got them for a very, very cheap amount, and they were not games that I was like intentionally trying to buy. They were just games where it's like I got it as part of a bundle, part of a deal, and you know I you know decided to buy it because it was a good price, right? So I think what I'm gonna do, probably offline after the stream ends, chat, is I'm gonna go through. So right now I have this like list of stuff I need to play. I think I'm gonna filter out this list. I'm gonna take out the stuff that like I've never played before, but I very likely will not play it on stream. I'm gonna, you know, filter out those games and remove them from the list, and then I'm only gonna keep the games where like there's a good chance, a good probability that I will play those games and I will stream those games on my channel. So yeah, but I did want to say before we, you know, go offline, before we end the stream, right now, if I were to give you guys, you know, give you guys like a teaser of what I potentially might be playing after Lies of P, I think my number one pick for the time being is probably going to be Gotham Knights. Because I think that there's kind of maybe two reasons why I'm thinking this. Um, so number one is that you know, I really really love the original Batman games, right? Batman Arkham City, Arkham Asylum, Arkham Origins, Arkham Knight, blah blah blah, right? Those games, I love them. Specifically, I love Arkham Origins and Arkham Knight. The other remaining Batman games, I don't really care about that much. But I'm a huge fan of, two of the Arkham games. I love them to death, right? They're some of my favorites. And, for those of you who don't know, when Gotham Knights, was kind of like a new game, right? I would say maybe about a couple of months after Gotham Knights came out, they had a sale on the game. And I remember, I think the game was like 30 US dollars was the price that they were selling it for on sale. And because I was such a big fan of the Arkham games, right? I was very optimistic. I was very hopeful. I was very wishful. And I thought to myself, maybe Gotham Knights can be as enjoyable as the Arkham franchise. So I decided to invest. I decided to go ahead and spend $30 on buying Gotham Knights. And what ended up happening was extremely frustrating and disappointing. Basically, every time that I tried to launch the game and play the game and basically play the game for a lengthy amount of time, the game would freeze, it would lag and buffer, and it would like basically crash. It would completely just like, shut down and bring me back to like the Steam page, right? So it was like, whenever I first tried playing it, it was a technical disaster. It was really, really poorly optimized, really bad. And I remember, I got so frustrated, so pissed off about this miserable experience that I wrote a Steam review where I was like, "Fuck this game, 0 stars. I do not recommend that anyone ever buy this game." Yeah, I just kind of like I tried playing it. I couldn't play it without experiencing technical problems, and I quit playing it. I decided to uninstall the game and move on and play something else. So, a part of me basically just wants to see like, okay, it's now 2025, right? It's been a substantially long amount of time since the game first released. Let's go and check it out. Let's see how much it has changed. How has it improved, right? And I think that, after playing a Souls-like game like Lies of P, right? Souls-like games, they just have this action to them that I really love. I really appreciate, right? Um, After playing a Souls-like game, I think that playing an action RPG game like like something similar to the Arkham franchise, right? Playing Gotham Knights is it's like a game that is not a Souls-like, but the action in the game is like as close to a Souls-like as you could get without playing a Souls-like game, right? So yeah, I think that Gotham Knights, me giving it a second chance is probably my number one. Yeah, my number one like uh, uh option that I'm thinking about that I'm considering at the moment. Um, yeah, there's a chance that we potentially attempt to stream it. If we don't play Gotham Knights, then there might be another game that I kind of like think about potentially streaming. Let me see here. So I can name a few, like right off the top of my head, going through this list, I can name a few where I'm like, you know what? These seem like they might be potentially good ideas, right? So number one, Animal Well. I think that might be a pretty good one to try. What else? Maybe a Crisis game, maybe like Crisis 2 or Crisis 3. I'd be down to try playing those on stream. Yeah. I've played, so for those that don't know, I've played Crisis 3 on the Xbox. I played it whenever I didn't have my own PC, when I wasn't a PC gamer. I had my Xbox and I played Crisis 3 on that Xbox, and I enjoyed Crisis 3. I thought it was a good game. It was a very difficult game for sure, but it was a good game. So maybe playing Crisis 2 or Crisis 3 on stream could be an option. Um, I don't think I want to play those games on stream, so I'm gonna skip that. Um, Eastward might not be a bad idea. So I think I remember the way that I discovered this game called Eastward. Basically, there's a streamer that I watch every once in a while who's very popular. He's a Twitch celebrity, right? His name is Pirate Software. I remember long ago during one of his streams, I think he talked about this game, and he talked about, the concept of this game being something that is extremely good looking, extremely high quality, and he thought that it would be a very, very worthwhile game to experience, right? And he said a lot of very positive things about the game, so I ended up buying it a while back, and I think it might not be a bad experience. It'll be like a little bit of an indie game that we get to try out and see how good or bad it is, right? Whether we like it or not. So Eastward might not be a bad one. Ender Lilies. Ender Lilies is one that I've kind of been, very interested in. And the reason why is because Ender Lilies, I think the way that it is kind of described is, imagine games like Dead Cells, like Hollow Knight, like Hades, right? Those sort of Metroidvania kind of roguelikes or roguelites. Ender Lilies kind of is in that genre, in that kind of bubble, right? And also, I think that it does have some elements that are a little tiny bit like, similar to Souls games. So it's sort of like a Metroidvania or a roguelike or whatnot. And it's also slightly like a 2D Souls-like game. And I've heard positive things about it. In fact, one of the streamers that I follow by the name of Shockphobia 9000, he played this game on stream on his channel. Now, I did not watch him play this game because I wanted to stay away from spoilers, but it seems like he really, really enjoyed it. And the thing is, Ender Lilies has a sequel that recently came out, I think within the last couple of months, which is called Ender Magnolia. And I do want to play Ender Magnolia at some point, so experiencing Ender Lilies is going to be the first step, right? So yeah, Ender Lilies, that is one that I would like to play on stream. What else? We already mentioned Gotham Knights. Okay, so Heartbound. For those that don't know, Heartbound is a game that is created by Pirate Software, right? The Twitch celebrity, the massive streamer on this platform. Heartbound is a video game that he created. He designed it, he programmed it, everything, right? I really want to play Heartbound on stream, and honestly, what I really want to do is I want to play it, and I want to make a YouTube video out of it, and I want to give my thoughts, give my opinions, give my perspective on the game, because from what I've heard about Heartbound, it's supposed to be a game that is very powerful, very significant, very emotional, right? And it, like, on the surface, it is a game where I kind of think about it and I'm like, this could be a game that makes me feel the same way as when I played Undertale, right? So I kind of want to experience Heartbound. However, the only reason why I'm not really, not really putting the game at the very top of my priority list is because, for those that don't know, Heartbound, I believe, is let me click on it and let me see here. Let's go to store page. So Heartbound is yeah, it's currently an early access game, right? So it is not like a game that is fully 100% completed and finished and done with, right? There's still more content, more stuff that Pirate Software wants to add to the game, over time. And so I think that playing a game that is not yet 100% finished and completed is not really the smartest idea, compared to playing all these other games that I have in my library, which are 100% finished and completed, right? So yeah, I think that, for Heartbound, even though I really do want to experience it, I really want to see what the game is all about, I don't think it'll be something that we stream anytime soon. I think it'll be probably a long time away from now is when we get to try it out. Um, Going down the list, right? Some other games that I do kind of want to stream. Jump King is a game where it's like it's a double-edged sword, chat. Because the thing is, I kind of want to play Jump King because of how infamous the reputation of the game is, right? It is an extremely difficult game, and from what I understand about watching other people play it, it can be extremely frustrating and annoying, and it can, make you feel anger and pain in a way where, like, not even I think Souls-like games can achieve this level of you know rage, right? um I know. So here's the thing. Jump King is a game where I think that, on the one hand, I think it'll be a game that I eventually, at some point, maybe not at the beginning of me playing it, but maybe potentially at the very end of me playing the game, right? Whether I quit halfway through or whether I finish the entire damn thing, it seems like it will be a game where I do find an appreciation for it. I find this enjoyment of the game somehow, right? But simultaneously, I think it's also a game that will make me want to pull every single strand of my hair out of my head and want to, basically take a stuffed animal and just, like, shake the stuffed animal to death. But yeah, it's like it's kind of like taking a Souls game experience and then potentially multiplying that experience by 1000, you know, the level of anger, frustration, annoyance, and pain and suffering, right? But I think that it'll make for good content, good fun content for our channel, right? So Jump King is one. Katana Zero. So very interestingly, right? Number one, the first place that I heard about Katana Zero was from Shockphobia 9000, from his streams and from his viewers, right? Um, I don't remember if I watched Shock play this game on stream. I might have watched a tiny amount of it, but I don't think I watched all of it, right? All I know is that this game looks fucking incredible. It looks very fun, very enjoyable. And surprisingly, right, I this was something where whenever I saw this, right, I I was not expecting this. Like, this caught me by surprise so good, right? So I remember one day my good friend Yvain Domain, he was streaming, right? And normally Yvain plays games like JRPG games, right? He plays sometimes indie games, right? He plays games like Mass Effect. He plays what else does he play? Like Power Wash Simulator, Balatro, right? Kind of like chill, relaxing games that are, you know, not really high intensity, right? One day I pulled up to Yvain's stream and I saw that he was playing Katana Zero, and I was like, what the hell? Like, where did Yvain hear about this game? And I was so shocked because I never expected this from him. And I like the idea that Yvain has tried playing Katana Zero before I could even touch the game was something that I was never expecting to witness, you know, to experience. So that was very, very interesting. And I think because I saw Yvain trying out the game, I think it has, you know, motivated me even more to play it on my channel and to try it out on my streams, right? So Katana Zero is one game. The Lego games, right? I have the Lego DC Supervillains and I have Lego Marvel Avengers. I honestly I love Lego games. I enjoy them a hell of a ton. I think that they're absolutely fantastic video games, right? And to be completely honest, I would have no problem at all playing those games on stream. Like that is not something that I dislike at all. But I think that out of the games that we have available, they are probably not the most interesting games. Probably not. They're games where like I can kind of play them offline, enjoy them on my own time, have a good old jolly solo play session of those games. But I don't think I need to stream it. I don't think it's like, you know, insane, amazing, stream worthy gameplay, right? So yeah, but those are two games that I would not mind playing, right? We have obviously the Like a Dragon franchise, The Man Who Erased His Name. I do want to play that eventually, but as I said, I want to play the Yakuza games in order sequentially. I want to do like a marathon of those games, right? So unfortunately, this game is gonna have to wait a very, 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 very long time. The Messenger. Okay, so similar to Katana Zero, I first heard about this game from Shockphobia 9000, and I believe that The Messenger was like probably one of the very first few Metroidvania games that Shock has ever experienced himself. I could be wrong, but the way that he described the game, he described it as kind of like the pioneer for him, right? When it comes to Metroidvania games and roguelikes and whatnot. He described this game as like one of his very first few experiences in the genre, and you know, Shock unsurprisingly recommended that I play this game. He recommended that I and everyone play Messenger, right? So that is a game. Um, Moonlighter. So Moonlighter, I remember like I think this was during the time when I was playing a lot of like Dead Cells, Hades, Hollow Knight type of games, right? When I was playing you know, these sort of like Metroidvania roguelike games. I discovered this game called Moonlighter, and I took a look at the kind of like screenshots and the I think there was like a game trailer on Steam that played, and I took a look at basically the visuals of the game and what it seems like the game offers. And this game actually does look very fun. It looks very enjoyable. But the thing is that, like, you know, I don't really know if this is a game that is unique enough to basically become one of like my favorite you know, roguelikes or Metroidvanias or whatever. I don't know if this is a game that will become one of like my top favorites of whatever genre by playing it, because I don't know how different it is from other games that are in the same genre that kind of like compete with it. So Moonlighter is not really something that's like at the top of my priority list, but I would not mind playing it on stream. Nier Automata, finishing that game, basically playing through it over and over again, getting the different endings. It's something that I need to do, but I'm gonna be completely honest. I kind of don't really want to. It's really tough. Like, okay, here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm gonna lay out my thoughts, my opinions about Nier Automata as a game. So, number one, I'm gonna be honest. If I am not playing as 2B, right? Like if she is not my main character that I'm controlling in the game, I don't really care that much. I'm not really that invested in Nier Automata, right? I don't really have any sort of desire to play as 9S, right? The young boy character. And like I could play as A2, like A2's fine, but 2B is much more of a waifu for me personally, right? So that's one thing about it. The second thing about Nier Automata, right? For people out there who are big fans of Nier Automata, this is probably going to hurt a lot, and this is probably going to be something that fans of Nier Automata are going to be very angry to hear. I personally did not really care that much about the combat system of Nier Automata. I thought the combat system of the game, it was okay. It was not horrible, but it was definitely not one of the best combat systems I've experienced. I've experienced a lot of other better combat systems in other games, and I just felt like whenever I played Nier Automata and I fought bosses, right, or I fought like elite enemies that were very powerful, there was never a moment where I was like, oh my god, this combat feels so gratifying, so intensely, satisfying that I love it to death, right? It was kind of just like, I played the game, I experienced the combat, and I was like, meh, it's okay. It's all right. So that's kind of like another reason why I don't really care that much about replaying Nier Automata, but at some point I will have to basically sit my ass down and force myself to go through the other endings of the game, just for story, lore reasons, basically. Okay, this next game on the list is definitely something that I want to stream. It's a game called Nine Souls, and basically this game, very similar to Katana Zero, very similar to The Messenger, very similar to what else? Ender Lilies. That's right, Ender Lilies. Very similar to those games. I discovered Nine Souls from Shock. Well, okay, actually, even before Shock played the game, I heard about Nine Souls, and I saw, trailers and stuff on Steam and whatever about the game, right? And it basically reminded me a lot of Dead Cells, Hollow Knight, and Hades, and the sort of like Metroidvania, the sort of roguelites and whatever. It reminded me of that stuff. And yeah, I feel like even just by watching this game being played by other people, Nine Souls looks absolutely incredible, and I have a feel I am like 99.99% sure that when I play Nine Souls, I'm going to fall in love with the game and I'm going to really love it, and I'm going to just like throw a bunch of compliments on the game and praise it to death because I think it's going to be an absolutely incredible experience, and I absolutely 100% want to play it on stream, right? So yeah, Nine Souls is like a definite will play in the future. The next game on the list here that I think I'm very, very interested in streaming is called Noita. And it's honestly kind of hard to describe Noita without kind of showing you guys visually what the game is about. But basically, imagine that, okay, so first of all, the game is a 2D game. It's not 3D, it's 2D. And basically, the premise of the game is that you are a wizard, right? And you enter into this like pixel world, right? This 2D pixel world, and you have to explore the world. And a lot of the world that you explore is actually going underground rather than like above ground, because underground there's a lot of resources, there's a lot of items and whatever. And so you're kind of just like running around in this world, exploring, digging tunnels and all this stuff, right? And you're picking up items and whatever. And essentially what your goal is with Noita is you want to strengthen your main character, your character that you're playing as, your wizard, and you want to survive as long as humanly possible in this world. It's a survival game because there are enemies all around. There are sometimes boss fights that you do in this game, and there are like basically a lot of different things in the world that are intended to try and kill you, to try and you know, ruin your run. And so this game is I believe like a roguelike game or a roguelite game, where you kind of like basically play through the world, play through the exploration and everything, and you try to complete as many objectives and grow as strong as humanly possible throughout your attempt, and survive for as long as you can. And then once you die, you start over and you get reset back to zero, and you get to redo the playthrough and start fresh, right? And I think like, if I'm not mistaken, one of the things that I heard about this game when it was like being described is that Noita, I believe they mentioned, right, Pirate Software, he's played a lot of this game and he's talked about it a lot. I think he mentioned that like the entire world of Noita is like procedurally generated. So like it's not a pre-built world where like you load into the world that is already fully fleshed out and built. It's like as you explore more of the world, and you unlock new areas and whatever, it's all being like built in the moment, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So that's really, really cool design wise, I think. And so I think it'll be an amazing streaming experience, even if I were to, you know, kind of play it solo, right? What's going on, Ham? How's it going, homie? Welcome on in. I'm not gonna be streaming for too much longer, Ham. I'm gonna be ending my stream soon, but welcome on in. I appreciate you coming by and saying hello. So Noita is, you know, one of the games that I'm definitely thinking that I want to stream, right? Oh boy. Stupid skin on my lip. That's probably gonna bleed, isn't it? Yeah. Yep, that's annoying. Alright. So Noita, that's on my list. Definitely want to try that out. Um hmm. Okay. So two other games here that I definitely do think I want to stream. Number one is called Okami. Um, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know a whole lot about Okami. I haven't really like seen a lot of gameplay of it or you know, heard a lot about like what the story is or anything like that. But one of the reasons why I picked up this game and why I do want to play it, especially on stream, is that essentially I believe it was maybe earlier this year or maybe like sometime last year. Hmm. I remember there was like this like game event where they were announcing future video games that were going to be releasing at some point. There was a game event, and during this game event, when they were announcing brand new video games that were going to be released, there was an announcement for Okami 2, the sequel to this game that's going to be coming out at some point. Maybe it already released. I have no idea. Um, but I remember, you know, when Okami 2 was announced to be released as a sequel video game, all of the people who played the first Okami game, they were like, "Fuck yes, this is a huge win," and everyone was so excited about Okami 2. And everything that I've heard, you know, from people talking about the first Okami game, it seems like it is an incredible video game that is absolutely beautiful and absolutely, you know, enjoyable. So that is one that I definitely think I want to stream. Um, yeah, yeah. Next after Okami, we have Omori, right? Now, I think the vast majority of people out there, I think that you guys probably know about Omori. You've at least heard about it. And if you don't know anything about Omori, I think the best way that I can try to describe it to you guys, you know, being someone who's never played the game myself, I believe that Omori is kind of like a very simple indie video game that is kind of like the vibe of the game that you get when you kind of play it is something kind of similar to Undertale, right? Where it's like this very, you know, very mysterious game with a lot of like secrets and a lot of you know, unknown mysteries, right? Um and you're like, I think that you are thrown into the game without, you know, really fully understanding everything, and it's kind of like a story puzzle that you have to piece together. And yeah, from what I've heard about Omori, just a very like, you know, surface level basic understanding I have of the game, all I know is that it is a game that is extremely emotional, extremely powerful, and it is supposed to make you feel a lot of strong emotions, and you know, it is, I've heard that it's very, very easy to play the game and cry and you know, feel very very sad, very like depressed, very melancholy, based on the story, right? Based on the narrative. But everyone that has spoken about Omori and given their opinion about the game, people seem to love it. People seem to think that it is a magnificent video game experience. And yeah, I've heard nothing but very positive things overall. The next games that we have here on the list. So I have Ori and the Blind Forest, right? I have this Ori game. I was actually thinking, so when I first discovered the Ori games, I was thinking that it might potentially be similar to like, Dead Cells and other like Metroidvanias, other roguelikes perhaps. The only kind of like sad thing, right? The only thing that I'm skeptical about, and I'm also a little bit disappointed by, is I remember that like one day I was having a conversation with Shock, and I was having a conversation with his viewers as well, right? And we got onto the topic of talking about Ori. And there's actually multiple different Ori games. I think there's like maybe 2 or 3 of them that exist. And I remember that like Shock and also his viewers, right, the ones that were participating in the conversation, they basically mentioned that one of the Ori games is very good quality. It's perfectly fine, worth playing, enjoyable, right? But they said that the other Ori games that is maybe it's a sequel, maybe it's a prequel, whatever other Ori games are out there are not as good, and they are disappointing and not worth playing, right? So because of that, number one, I don't know whether I got the good Ori game or whether I got the bad one. And number two is that hearing that opinion about the, sequel or the prequel or the connected Ori video game that is not as good, hearing that kind of perspective from not just one person but multiple people who I believe have played the game or who have watched other people play the game, it kind of just like discourages me from playing Ori because it makes me feel like, man, there might be something about the game that is not that great and that potentially I might end up hating, right? So I don't really know if I'm like I think Ori is a game that I would not mind streaming. Like it's not something that I would be like, no, I definitely will not stream it. But it's also not really high priority. It's not really something where it's like, yeah, I am excited, I'm motivated, I'm energized to stream this game immediately, right? So that one's a maybe. Um, Pico Park, that one I don't really know how much stream content I can get out of that game because it kind of seems like more of a chill cozy game that you can enjoy with like friends in multiplayer rather than being like a really really good solo experience. So yeah, I think I'm gonna say like nah to like Pico Park being high priority for streaming. Yeah, yeah. Um, and then what do we have? Okay, so all right. So, Rabby Ribby, right? Rabby Ribby. This game is kind of a newer game that I like, newer game in the sense that I kind of like recently heard about it, right? It is supposedly kind of like a Metroidvania or a roguelike game, that was, I was told about this game from one of Shock's viewers, and his name is, like, he goes by the name Lemon on Twitch. And Lemon basically mentioned to me, he was like, hey, there's this game called Rabby Ribby. It looks like it might be, your type of video game. And the main reason he said that is because it's basically featuring a bunch of, like, cute anime girls, is what it is. But it seems like Rabby Ribby is kind of like this Metroidvania type game, where the goal is to kind of like go throughout the different levels, the different worlds or whatever, surviving for as long as you can. And if you die, you reset and you start over. So it's kind of, I think something sort of similar to like Dead Cells, Hollow Knight, Hades, that sort of a, genre of game. So Rabby Ribby, something I could potentially try streaming, maybe. I would not be against it, but it's also not really super high priority. Um, After Rabby Ribby, we have Red Dead Redemption 2. So, here is what I'm going to say about Red Dead, okay? I have never played Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2. I have zero experience with the franchise overall. The thing is, I've heard a lot of really positive things about Red Dead, like as a franchise, and everyone who has played these games, they love Red Dead. The thing is, like, for me personally, this, genre that Red Dead is in, where it's kind of like this, American cowboy western type story, right? Um, you know, you think of like your Clint Eastwood movies, for example, you know, that is a genre that I don't really care about that much. You know, it's not a genre that like I love or that like I immediately am excited about. You know what I mean? Even like let's say let's talk about watching movies, right? The Western kind of like, you know, American cowboy genre of movies is not even close to being my favorite. I think it's like probably either near the middle or near the bottom in terms of my like favorite genres out there that exist, right? So I'm not really someone that cares about Red Dead and about the franchise, but I've heard so many positive things about the game and the franchise that, you know, it kind of makes me want to try the game at least once, right? And so maybe streaming the game and seeing whether I like it or whether I don't like it might be a good idea. You know, it might be a good you know, potential experience for viewers on Twitch, right? Um so the next two games that I'm going to name here, these are basically kind of like two roguelike games. One of them is primarily, I think, like a platforming game, kind of similar to like Celeste, for example. The first one is called Rogue, and for those of you who don't know, this game called Rogue, you know, you can go and look it up on Google. You can research about this. It is the original, the very first game in the entire world that basically is the founder. It is the pioneer of the rogue genre, right? So in games, there are two different like genres that involve rogue, right? There is rogue likes, right? Like as an Like, rogue likes, and then there's rogue lights, Lites, right? Rogue lights. So the difference between the two, let me actually look it up and see here. I want to make sure that I'm not like talking out of my ass and okay, yeah, I want to make sure that I'm not confusing the two of them. So, rogue likes, Likes, right? Rogue likes, like the original game Rogue, reset your progress to 0 upon death, offering no carryover between runs. Rogue lights, Lites, provides some form of progression that persists between runs, often in the form of unlocks, stat boosts, or currency, making subsequent runs easier, right? So, this game called Rogue that I have in my library, it is the very first game where basically the premise of the game is that you try to survive as long as possible. When you die, your progress gets reset all the way back to 0 and you start all over from the very beginning, right? This game, Rogue, is the founder. It is the very first video game in history to ever, you know, establish this genre, right? So Rogue is a game that we could try on stream, could play. Not personally the highest priority for me, in my opinion, but we could. And then the next game after Rogue is called Run, and it is the sort of like platforming type game that I mentioned, which is kind of similar to Celeste. Now, while I would not mind streaming this game, right? It's not a high priority for me, and another reason why I'm not really too motivated or excited to play Run on stream is because so Lemons, who is a very, you know, regular watcher of Shockphobia, Lemons basically posted recently in Shock's Discord server, he posted his review of this game, Run. And the way that he described this game is that it is basically like a platforming game where the difficulty is the difficulty of the game is not really fair, right? It's not very fair and balanced because the way that he described it is he basically said that the reason why this game is so challenging is not for a good reason. It's simply just like, you know, it's difficult for the sake of being difficult, right? That's basically what he described. And I can see if I can find his like review and try to like, you know, read it word for word. Um, let me see here. Okay. So let me read what he said in his review. Um so the very last part of his review, it says here, Celeste is a challenging game that wants you to overcome it. However, on the other hand, this game, called Run, is the complete opposite. It prides itself on being difficult by making the learning process longer and harder than necessary. That is the way that Lemons described this game. And so, because of the way that Lemons described this game, and you know, the fact that, like, when it comes to, you know, Metroidvanias, when it comes to platformers, when it comes to kind of like indie games, I do, to a certain level, to a certain extent, I do trust Lemon's opinions and Lemon's reviews, somewhat, right? At least a little bit. Maybe not like 100% of the time, but a little bit, right? So, you know, that is a game where, like, I could play it on stream. It's not something that I will say absolutely no to streaming it, but it's not very high priority for me, right? Okay, Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. This is a game kind of similar to you know, like Moonlighter, kind of similar to Run and other like indie games, other like Metroidvanias or roguelikes or whatever. It's a game where, like, I would not mind playing it on stream, but it's not really high priority for me. It's not really something where I'm like, yeah, I absolutely want to play that immediately, right? It's something where, like, maybe later down the line, I have no problem streaming it, right? But for now, I'm not really highly motivated or excited, right? Um, okay, so Shui's Odyssey, or Shui's Odyssey, right? Um, this game, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about this game because, you know, there's a reason why I own this game, right? So, the way that I got this game is there's a website out there called fanatical.com, I think is the name of the URL, right? And Fanatical is it's kind of similar to, if you guys know the website, there's a website out there called Humble Bundle, where basically you can buy bundles of video games for like a cheaper price, and you know, either some of the money that you spend or maybe all of the money that you spend on those bundles, it goes towards like charities, right? Fanatical is kind of similar to Humble Bundle, and they offer these like bundles where you can buy multiple games for a discounted price, right? And usually the bundles are very, very fairly priced. Um, so the thing about you know, this website Fanatical, I never heard about it until Lemons shared the website, and basically Lemons, he shared the website in Shock Server, um, and he said that the game called Rabby Ribby, which I own it in my Steam library right now, it is on sale as a part of a bundle, right? And so, you know, basically the kind of selling point, right? The sort of deal that was being offered is that if you buy a minimum of 3 video games on the list of what is available, each game would be $3.33, right? So you could basically get 3 games for a total of $10, right? Um, so he shared that website, and because he shared the Rabby Ribby game, and to be honest, Rabby Ribby kind of looks a little bit fun. It looks a little bit enjoyable, right? I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll try buying the game. I'll try seeing whether I like it or not. So I ended up buying the bundle because it was a good price. It was a good deal, right? And you know, with the bundle, you have to buy multiple games together in order to get the discounted price. So I think I ended up buying, if I'm not mistaken, I think I bought five games. And so in total, I spent about $15 because each game was $3, right? So 5 times 3. And one of the games that I bought from that website was called Shui's Odyssey, or Shui's Odyssey, right? This game, to kind of describe it to you, it is basically like a puzzle type game, but as you like try to solve the puzzles and figure out the you know, mechanics of the game, you kind of learn a little bit about the story. You learn kind of like the narrative of like, who is this character, who is, you know, this character's family, right? Who are the other people that are involved in this narrative, involved in this story, right? I'm gonna see here if I can find like a description for this game. So it says here, it's a puzzle game that combines text and images. Players use visual illusions to piece together fragments of memories from Alzheimer's patients, in order to reconstruct the truth of the story and witness the passage of time for 3 generations, right? So yeah, very, very intriguing premise. It's basically a puzzle game, is what it is, right? And you know, this game, as far as I can see, it seems like it is a game that, you know, it at the very least it involves potentially like Southeast Asian culture, right? And you know, obviously because I'm Southeast Asian, I think I might be able to relate to it. I might be able to connect to it on a certain level, right? So that's a game that we could potentially stream, but you know, kind of similar to some of the other games previously mentioned on this list. It's not like the highest priority for me. You know, it's not something where it's like, yeah, I'm 100% guaranteed definitely going to be playing it on stream, right? The next game, though, this one, I think this is going to be a guaranteed play on stream game at some point. It's called Sifu. And for those who don't know anything about Sifu, basically what it is it's kind of like, I think it's like a third person, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say it's third person. Let me see here. Um, Sorry, I'm taking a look at the trailer on Steam just to verify here. Okay, yeah, I was correct. So this is a third person kind of like combat game, right? And basically you play as this character. I'm pretty sure his name or maybe his like nickname is Sifu. And you play as this character who goes around and you fight, you know, enemies, right? However, basically all of the combat in this game is martial arts combat, right? It's hand-to-hand combat. And, you know, for those of you who don't know about this, I absolutely love hand-to-hand combat. I think that martial arts is an incredible and amazing form of art, right? I think that it is one of my like favorite things to exist in the world. I love martial arts combat so much. It means a lot to me. It is very significant in my life. So you know, Sifu is basically like a third person hand-to-hand martial arts combat video game, and it looks absolutely incredibly beautiful and also very, very fun, very enjoyable, very action-packed, right? Um, okay, so um, the next game on the list here, we're getting slowly and slowly closer to the end. Um, the next game on the list that I have is another game that I obtained alongside Rabby Ribby and Shui's Odyssey. It's called The Spirit of the Samurai. And I don't really know a lot about this game, but I've seen like screenshots and I've seen you know, kind of like yeah, kind of like, you know, basically information about the game on Steam, uh, showing off what it looks like and kind of what the game is all about. It appears that this game is like a 2D sort of like Metroidvania or like a roguelike game. That gives me the vibes of like Dead Cells or maybe Hollow Knight a little bit. And it looks pretty well polished. It looks pretty enjoyable, pretty fun. Um, yeah, I mean, not to mention that like anything that involves, you know, Southeast Asian culture, for example, samurais, right? I really enjoy that. So Spirit of the Samurai, it looks like a game that I will find some kind of enjoyment, some kind of appreciation for. So that is one that we could stream at some point on my channel. Um, okay, Superliminal. Superliminal is like the next game on the list here. That is a game where like I definitely would not mind streaming this game. I think that streaming this game would be very interesting. The only the only like hesitation that I have with Superliminal is that you know, when I think of Superliminal, I think about, for example, the Portal franchise, right? Portal 1 and Portal 2, you know. The Portal games, here's how I would describe them. The Portal games, in my opinion, are extremely enjoyable, very fun, very interesting, very worth playing, right? However, I would say that I think there's an argument to be made that Portal games are not the most fascinating games to watch as a viewer. And so I kind of feel like with Superliminal, which is sort of a similar puzzle type video game, it is maybe not going to be the most exciting, most engaging viewing experience for people out there, which is one of the reasons why I'm thinking that maybe I don't live stream it. Maybe I just play it offline. Maybe potentially I make a YouTube video out of it. I don't know. But yeah. So that's one possible game that I could stream. I'm not against it, but it's not high priority. Next. So this game that is next on this list here, it is a game that I actually got this game for free. Or okay, let me back up. I did not get this game for free. What basically happened? Okay, so on Fanatical, right, when I was purchasing the 5 games that I bought for $15, there was a kind of like a message that was appeared whenever I was like looking at the items in my cart, and it basically said, "Would you like to add a bundle, a mystery bundle of extra games for like I think $3 or $4. And you know, basically you can add this mystery bundle to your cart. You can pay the money, like $3 or $4 for the mystery bundle, and you will get, I think it's like 4 or 5 mystery video games that you can redeem, that you can add to your Steam library. And this game was one of the mystery games that I got, you know, gifted by paying the extra $3 or $4, right? The name of this game is Valferis, and basically it is kind of like a Metroidvania roguelike type game that is similar to, you know, yeah, similar to like Dead Cells, to Hollow Knight, to what else? Games like maybe Spirit of the Samurai, right? Maybe something similar to Rogue, maybe something similar to Rabby Ribby, to Run, you know, those types of games. So Valferis is potentially another game that we might be, you know, willing to stream and willing to experience on my channel. But again, it's not really like the highest priority for me. It's kind of just like an option that's there. So Wedding Witch. I'm going to very briefly mention this game. I don't have a lot to say about it. Basically, the way that I would describe Wedding Witch is that if you guys are familiar with the game Vampire Survivors, imagine Vampire Survivors, but instead of playing as a vampire character, you instead play as a big booba mommy witch character, right? And you power up your character and you get stronger and you kind of like continue to survive as long as possible, just like in Vampire Survivors. The thing about games like Vampire Survivors and Wedding Witch is that I feel like those types of games, they don't really have a lot of streaming viability because you can't really like, you know, play these games for 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever without getting bored, without getting kind of like sick and tired of playing these games, right? So I think that like basically I could do one live stream where I played a game like Wedding Witch or I played Vampire Survivors, but then after that one stream, I'm like, okay, we're done. We're moving on. We're playing another game, right? I'm not going to be streaming Vampire Survivors or Wedding Witch for like, you know, 10 streams in a row. Like that's just not really that fun, in my opinion. So we're getting basically to the end of the list here. We have the Witcher trilogy. We have The Witcher, we have The Witcher 2, and we have The Witcher 3, right? We could stream these games. I could go like play the first game, then the second game, then the third game, and do kind of like a little bit of a marathon, right? Now, here is the only reason why I kind of hesitate with the Witcher franchise. Okay, number one, I have heard about like, you know, the general premise, the general narrative of The Witcher, and it's not really a franchise that interests me. I'm not really that, you know, intrigued by the story and by the world of The Witcher. There's nothing really about this franchise, about these games, where I'm like, oh my god, that sounds so cool. I want to try it. I want to play it, right? The only reason why, you know, I kind of like bought these games and I thought about playing them is because, you know, they created a TV show, a Witcher TV show that was based off of these video games, and the Witcher TV show got really popular. And from what I heard, a lot of people who watched the Witcher TV show really enjoyed it and they thought it was really good quality, right? And when, you know, people were giving positive reviews about the TV adaptation, it kind of got a lot of conversation, you know, basically it got a lot of conversation of like people talking about how like the TV adaptation, it did a really good job of kind of adapting the video games. And people when they went to like go and watch the TV adaptation, they were kind of reminded how good the Witcher franchise was to them, right? They individually, these people who watch the TV show, they were reminded how much they appreciate, how much they love the video games, right? And I've heard positive things about The Witcher. The only like one of the only like reasons why I hesitate a little bit, other than the reason that I have already mentioned so far, is that I have a very good friend of mine. His name is Pixels with Coffee, right? And in the past he used to stream a little bit, but nowadays he's quite busy with his life, so he doesn't really stream that much anymore. But Pixels with Coffee, an amazing IRL friend of mine, I love him to death. He mentioned the last time that I spoke to him, he mentioned that he was trying to play The Witcher. I think he was playing The Witcher 3, either on his PC or on his he has a rogue ally, which is kind of similar to like a Steam Deck. So he was like trying to play the Witcher game. I think it was Witcher 3, but it might have been an earlier version. And the one thing, because I asked him about it, I was like, how is the game? And he told me that like he said that the game he feels like the controls are a little bit tough to manage. They're tough to like, you know, learn and understand and master. And I think he said that like the game felt, you know, the sort of like controls and the mechanisms and whatever the game, it felt to him, I think, a little bit outdated, a little bit old. And you know, when he described that to me, when he said that the game feels a little bit, you know, kind of like a little bit older age and not really like modern, not really new, not really fresh, it kind of, you know, gave me this feeling where I'm like, now I'm even less, you know, motivated to dive into the franchise and to try playing it. But even still, I mean, I have these games, they're in my Steam library, right? It's not like I have yet to purchase them, right? So maybe at some point I can go through the trilogy and try it out and experience it and see whether I like it or not. Maybe I play a little bit of it and I feel like, man, I don't like this game. And so I drop it and I quit playing it. But at the very least, maybe trying the game on stream could be an option for us, right? Um, but yeah, I don't know. As of right now, I would say that like for me personally, the the Witcher franchise is not really the highest priority for me. It's something that at some point I might stream, I might try it out, but for now, not really, you know, at the top of my list. Um, and yeah, that basically brings us to the bottom. That brings us to, you know, the entire full list of games that I have not yet played. Um, you know, obviously there's the Yakuza franchise. I mentioned that one. The reason why I didn't talk about it further, you know, just to remind you guys once more, is that I do not own the entire Yakuza franchise. I'm missing Yakuza 0, Yakuza 1, and Yakuza 2. Those games, I have not purchased them yet, and I need to buy them. And only then can I consider, you know, doing like a marathon of going through every single Yakuza game and, you know, kind of experiencing the journey, right? But unfortunately, until that time comes, I cannot, you know, yeah, I cannot like um start streaming those games and consider them to be like a top priority for me, right? Um, but yeah, that's basically my entire list that I have right here. Some of the stuff that is on this list, I'm gonna be moving it off the list. I'm gonna be, you know, modifying the list and updating it. But yeah, we have a good selection of games that I'm willing to try out on stream, willing to try playing and you know experiencing. Um, the final game that I'm going to mention this, and this is basically going to be the last part of this topic, right? Of like, what game am I going to play after Lies of P? I would say that like one other final option, one like kind of last resort, if you want to call it that, is playing Sekiro, right? And for those that don't know, I've played Sekiro before. I've beaten the game 7 times in total. I believe 7 times, and I love Sekiro. It is my number one favorite video game of all time. The reason why I'm mentioning Sekiro now is because there are basically 2 things that I have not yet done in Sekiro that I would really love to do, right? Number one is play the Mortal Journey Gauntlet and beat the Mortal Journey Gauntlet. Basically going through every single boss in the entire game, every single version of every single boss in the entire game, and beating them one by one by one by one, you know, all 25 or 30 bosses or whatever the heck it is, right? That is one thing that I've never done before, and I really want to do it, and I really want to, you know, hopefully turn it into like a video that I can upload on my YouTube channel, right? Because it'll be a momentous, you know, huge, magnificent achievement for me if I'm able to do it, right? Number two is at some point, I think that I would really love to play Sekiro and basically go through the entire game without dying a single time, right? I'm not really someone who does like challenge runs with video games, but Sekiro is a game that I love so much, and getting the opportunity to play it more, getting the opportunity to, you know, basically practice my Sekiro skills more, and also you know, getting the opportunity to try and improve my gameplay and get better at playing Sekiro, rather than, you know, dying left and right to bosses or you know, random areas of the game, right? I think that doing a deathless run would be, it is probably the most challenging uh, idea that I could try to accomplish, that I could try to achieve, because I don't think that hitless runs are things that I can really do very easily. And you know, I don't think that I have the motivation, the patience, the determination to do hitless runs, right? So if I can do like a Sekiro playthrough where I don't die throughout the entire, you know, playthrough, then I will be happy. Like I will be very, very glad with that, and I will, I will consider that to be like one of my biggest achievements when it comes to video games. So those two like objectives are things that I want to accomplish with Sekiro at some point, whether it's this year, next year, 10 years from now, whatever. I want to be able to do it. So if, let's say, hypothetically, after we finish Lies of P, if we can't really decide on a game that I want to start streaming from the beginning to the end of the game, you know, in a like kind of consecutive journey, right? Then as sort of like a last resort, a final option, we have Sekiro as something to fall back on, which I'm not against that idea. I think that is a pretty fun sounding idea. I would not have any issue with going back to Sekiro because I love that game a lot. So yeah. But in any case, chat, basically for like the last half hour or maybe 45 minutes or whatever, I spent the entire time kind of just like yapping at you guys and talking to you with my cam only, not really like showcasing anything. So I know it wasn't the most fun. It wasn't the most like exciting content. I do apologize for that, but I did kind of want to share my thoughts and talk about like what's to come ahead in the future for my channel for the games that I play and the experiences that I have, right? But in any case, chat, it is holy moly, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. I need to get some sleep. I actually have some homework assignments I have not completed at all, and very likely I'm not going to be able to finish them on time, and I will need to finish them late and turn them in late. But in any case, I need to get some sleep right now. I need to say farewell and good night to you guys. So let me find someone that we can raid here. I'm going to let's see. Let me open up Twitch. So yeah, I think this is perfect. I think this is perfect right here. Yeah. So chat, I think, yeah, I don't think that they're ending stream anytime soon. So that's good. I'm gonna be raiding over to one of my favorite streamers in the entire platform of Twitch, named Premier2, right? Absolutely incredible, amazing human being. We're gonna be raiding over to him, showing him some love and support, right? I'm gonna mention this very briefly, just because it is a very important subject. But basically, for those of you who don't follow Premier 2, who don't really know about him and his live streams, him and his life, basically. So recently there was something really, really horrible that happened. Really, very just like unfortunate, very depressing, very, very sad. And when it happened, it was heartbreaking, right? I heard about it, and you know, I uh, I felt a lot of pain, right? Um, so Premiere 2, uh, for a very, very, very long time, Premiere 2, he had a pet, right? He had a little kitty that was part of his family, basically. And his kitty's name was Kupo, and Kupo was, one of the best kitties that you could ever imagine, right? He was very adorable, absolutely just like, you know, a beautiful, beautiful boy, right? Um, basically, uh, so the way that Kupo was adopted into Pete's family is that Kupo used to be a Japanese street cat, right? Kupo used to live out on the streets of Japan, and Pete, I think he found Kupo one day, out in the streets of Japan, and he basically rescued Kupo from living on the streets. And the incredible thing about Kupo is that Kupo, it probably happened when he was like out living in the streets, and being out in the wild with a lot of danger and risk and whatever. But Kupo basically, when Pete rescued Kupo, Kupo had a tail that was cut short, right? So normally you have a cat tail that is like very long, right? Very long and wavy. Kupo's tail was cut short. And basically, if you were to, imagine what it looks like, imagine that you have a cat, but instead of a normal regular cat's tail, imagine instead that the cat has a tiny little bunny tail, like the tail of a bunny, right? So yeah, it was kind of like, you know, Kupo was part cat, part kitty, and also part rabbit as well. And he was like the most adorable black void kitty that you could ever imagine, right? Um, Unfortunately, on May 24th, right? So maybe about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, May 24th, Premier 2, Pete, he was on a trip. He was on an international trip visiting the country of Europe, and he was attending TwitchCon, right? TwitchCon in Europe. Um, During that time, Kupo unfortunately passed away because what happened is that about like maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months ago or three, um, Kupo was, you know, he was experiencing health problems, so they brought him to a vet, and the vet told Pete, and he told, you know, Pete's wife Yuki that basically Kupo was having some unfortunate heart problems, and the heart problems that Kupo was having, they are not heart problems that are curable, right? Like you can't take medication or you can't like have surgery, and you can't basically fix those heart problems, right? They are kind of like permanent conditions, right? And so, you know, essentially the vet, when they were telling all of this to Pete and to Yuki, they basically said to them that you know, Kupo is he does not have a very long amount of time to continue living, and at some point Kupo is going to, you know, ascend to heaven. He's going to pass away, right? And yeah, unfortunately on May 24th, Kupo ended up basically just falling asleep permanently and never waking up again. And it was absolutely heartbreaking. You know, I remember that like during many of Pete's streams, Kupo would come into Pete's room while he was streaming, and you know, Pete would pause the stream and pick up Kupo, and he would play with Kupo on stream, and it was the most cute, adorable, absolutely wholesome thing that you could ever imagine, and it was beautiful. You know, I am someone where throughout my entire life that I've lived, I have never owned a pet for myself. I've never had a dog. I've never had a cat. I've never had any animal in my entire life, and I'm very sad that I've never had the opportunity. I've never had the honor of being able to be a pet owner, right? Um, I think that being able to own a pet, being able to love a pet, is one of life's greatest joys. But I've never been able to experience that. Uh, However, simultaneously, I'm also kind of a little bit glad because it also simultaneously means that I have never ever had to experience my own pet, my own puppy or kitty, passing away. And I think that, you know, I'm gonna be honest, chat. You know, I stream roughly about 2 to 3 times per week. I try to consistently do that, right? If let's say hypothetically I owned a pet of my own, whether it was a puppy, whether it was a kitty, or any animal for that matter, if my pet were to pass away, I think I would probably fall into a depression, and I would probably quit streaming. I would go on a hiatus, and I would stop streaming for maybe a couple months, maybe half a year, maybe 2 years, right? I think it would be so incredibly painful to, you know, think about it and be reminded about it every once in a while. It would be just like heartbreaking, devastating, right? And that level of pain is something that I do not ever wish to experience, even though I really do want to own a pet of my own, right? And so, as someone who has never owned a pet, right? Um, Anytime that I have friends of mine who have pets, like for example, when my family moved here to Washington State where I live, um, we moved here because my mom, she has a friend of hers, right? Basically, these people that she knew, she went to college with them long time ago, and you know, she wanted to move to Washington so that we could live nearby these friends, and we could hang out with each other. We could support one another as friends of each other. You know, our two families being connected. Um, that family, that we absolutely love to death, right? We consider them to be very close friends of ours. They used to have a pet dog, right? A pet puppy. And their puppy was a golden retriever, absolutely beautiful golden retriever, and her name was Honey. And I think maybe about, I want to say maybe like 2 years ago, Honey unfortunately passed away. I think she just got to old age, and she maybe had some health problems that developed because of old age, and she ended up, just passing away and ascending to heaven, right? And it goes without saying that our friends, right, the people that lived here in Washington, that was like the reason why we moved to this area. Um, the owners of Honey, they were very very much devastated by it. It was a very sad, very um unfortunate situation, right? Um, however, you know, considering that and also my family, right, we would often go to their house, and we would spend time with them. We would hang out with them and say hello and whatever. And while my mom would like talk with her friends, right, basically the parents, right, she would talk with those two people, the husband and wife. Me and like my brother, we would go and we would play with Honey. We would go outside and run around with her, and just have a lot of fun as visitors, right? And you know, the more time that we spent hanging out over at their place and hanging out with Honey, the more that Honey, she recognized us, obviously, as we returned back more and more and more. And I think that Honey loved to play with us, right? I think that she really enjoyed playtime whenever we came over. And so when Honey passed away, it hurt. It hurt a lot, and I felt extremely sad about the loss of a beautiful, beautiful, creature, right? A beautiful pet. Um, so that was one example, right? Another example is I have a good friend of mine by the name of, or actually no, you know what? I'm not gonna mention his name. I'm gonna keep him a little bit private because you know I think it's not really information that chatters need to know about. Basically, I have a dear friend of mine, right? He used to be a coworker that I worked with at my old company that I was employed at, as a data analyst. And even to this very day, right? I still keep in touch regularly with this old coworker of mine, who I consider one of my closest friends, right? Um, this dude, I love him to death so much. He had a pet of his own, right? He adopted a pet kitty from, I think, like the Humane Society, or from some kind of like animal rescue organization, right? He adopted this kitty, and at first, basically the way that it was supposed to work is that like he would adopt this kitty and take care of this kitty, and he would do so until someone else like officially formally you know like purchased this kitty, like adopted this kitty permanently, right? So my friend was only supposed to, take care of this kitty temporarily. But what ended up happening is like basically, I guess nobody ended up permanently adopting this kitty, and so my friend, he just simply ended up living with this kitty, taking care of this kitty as if this cat was, his own, and he, showed love and care to this kitty, and you know, became sort of just like the kitty's official owner, right? Um, this pet that my friend had, he named the kitty Zool, and the funny thing is, Zool was a black kitty, and in some ways, Zool reminded me a lot of Kupo, of Premier 2's pet kitty, and vice versa, right? Kupo reminded me of Zool, and yeah, unfortunately, I think last year, Zool passed away, and essentially, I heard it from my friend. He told me about it. He said that Zool was an elderly cat. He was an old man cat, right? And he was getting too old, and he was having health problems. So, in the interest of kind of like not allowing Zool to suffer, and live like a very painful life, he decided to basically have Zool put down, right? Have Zool put to sleep eternally. And I think that it was honestly the right decision because the things that I heard my friend describe in terms of how Zool was experiencing difficulty living, right, as an elderly cat. I think that it was a mercy that was shown to Zool. But when it happened, it was extremely sad, extremely painful, because you know I would every so often I would visit my friend, whenever I had the free time, when I had the opportunity. And other than you know other than my friend, um basically my friend was the only human being that Zool would, you know, be comfortable with, right? Whenever any other human being would like be near Zool, or approach Zool, Zool would get very frightened and very like shy, and Zool would like run away and disappear, right? So my friend, Zool's owner, was basically the only human being that Zool ever trusted, without being scared or frightened or anything, right? And of course, the very first time that I met Zool, that I came over and visited and was near the kitty, Zool did not love me. He was very skeptical of me, very very cautious of me, and stayed away. But as time went on, as I visited more and more, Zool started warming up to me, and it got to the point where like basically me and my friend Zool's owner, we were like the only two human beings that Zool would interact with, and that Zool would, love, to be nearby. I think maybe also as well, like my friend, his partner, she would also be, someone that Zool would hang around, you know. But yeah, other than like us three, I don't think that there was really anyone else, honestly. Um, so yeah, I've had basically adorable, beautiful pets of people that of people that I love to death, right? People who I consider close friends or acquaintances. I've had them lose their pets, and when it happened, it was just like heartbreaking. It was so sad, right? And I felt very depressed, even though I was not their owner, right? So losing Kupo, it's a very painful thing. It's something that really sucks, and I hate that it happened, and I feel so bad for Pete. I feel bad for Premier 2, that he has to go through such pain and suffering, right? But thankfully, Pete has some amazing friends. He has people that can support him and be there for him if he needs, and he always continues to live his life as optimistically and as energetically as he possibly can, right? Even with you know any pain or suffering that is inflicted upon him, right? um so yeah, basically today we're gonna be rating Pete, we're gonna be saying hello to him, and we're gonna be just like showing some moral love and support for his current situation, right? Um, yeah, that's basically it. In any case, chat, I've yapped on for way too long now. I've spent way too much just like talking a bunch of crap nonsense. I just wanted to mention, I wanted to explain some stuff, But yeah, in any case, let's see here. So I'm gonna do raid, and I'm gonna do premiere 2. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this. There we go. And I'm going to... Where's my outro song? Get my outro song here. Nope, I misspelled it. Of course I misspelled it. Classic me. Okay. Sweet. All right. Well, chat, my lovely chat. Let me grab our chunky little fellow here. Oh, look at him go. So fluffy. Um, Chat. Today's stream was good. I really enjoyed today's stream. We did not finish Lies of P yet, but we will absolutely 100% be finishing Lies of P on Friday. Like that is guaranteed to happen. Um, but we accomplished quite a lot in today's stream. We beat Laxatia. That was like the biggest the biggest obstacle, the biggest challenge or hurdle, and we managed to succeed. Right, it took us a couple of tries. We died several times, but eventually we managed to squeak out a victory. I will say, you know. I do think the victory could have been a lot smoother, could have been a lot cleaner. We got hit quite a lot at the very end, but we managed to make it through, and we managed to survive. So I'm happy about that. I'm happy we are getting closer and closer to finishing up New Game Plus 2, and I cannot wait to conclude my journey of New Game Plus 2 and get all of the Steam achievements. That's going to be a really, really amazing moment for me. So yeah. But in any case, chat, for now, I'm going to say goodnight and farewell. I hope that, this random Wednesday live stream was good enough to kind of serve as the rescheduled live stream that I was supposed to do on Sunday. But yeah, I will see you guys this upcoming Friday for another live stream. I can't wait until then, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the week, rest of your Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, until I see you guys the next time. For now, it's going to be good night. It's going to be farewell. Let me swap over to the ending screen, and I will start the outro song, and we'll get this raid going. Cool. Much love to you guys. Good night. Peace out. Bye-bye. I'll see you later. Bye.